drawing his blood, but instead, I'm not going to quote lie to you. Pure natural ice is what you're drawing.
Pure natural ice.
We've got a woman and her children have taken refuge on top of their dining table as a little Tasmanian devil made its way around their suburban house, chased by the woman's husband.
What does a real Tasmanian devil look like?
About 10 p.m. on Wednesday.
Oh, nothing like the cartoon character.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Kirsten Lynch heard her 4-month-old golden retriever puppy give a very, quote, strange bark. Ran downstairs, went to pick up the puppy's Tasmanian devil-shaped stuffed toy when the plush toy started running.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I thought it was a toy.
Yeah, hid under the couch. Finally, they got it outside.
So how mean is a Tasmanian devil? Look at those claws.
Probably pretty mean.
Oh, the one in the cartoon, like he became a tornado.
It's probably like a rat on rabies.
Yeah, it kind of looks like that.
Yeah.
Like a dirty rat.
You don't hear much about the old Tasmanian
No,
devil.
you really don't.
Yeah.
Finally, I've got some funny tweets for you guys.
I like these.
First one. I took 11 shots of tequila in about 4 hours once. I woke up in the front lawn of my parents' house the next day. Problem is, I lived 150 miles away from my parents. Apparently, a cab driver asked for my address. I gave him theirs. My dad paid the $400 fare and left me in the yard.
Oh,
Pissed.
$400 fare.
Here's another one. One Thanksgiving, this one's great. I was 37. I was dating a 45-year-old guy. My sister, who was 33 at the time, was dating the 25-year-old son of the guy I was dating. Halfway through Thanksgiving dinner, my dad got up, went outside, and mowed my sister's lawn to calm himself down.
Oh, he's cutting the grass on Thanksgiving, by the way.
That is not the ideal situation.
No.
He is cussing while he's mowing.
Yeah, boy.
Here's another funny tweet. The bad guy in Hallmark movies is a boyfriend who is like, no, babe, I can't drop everything and leave work this weekend. I'm about to close a deal for $10 million that will set us up for life. The good guy is a guy who is just standing there when she gets to her hometown.
It's true.
Wearing flannel.
Yeah, probably
Ricky?
wood carving. Oh, you're back in town.
And finally, a guy in my office is shaking his protein shake, and this woman pokes her head around the corner and says, "Do I hear margaritas?" "No, Janet, it's 10 a.m.
Margaritas.
Her popped like a meerkat.
Janet, you got a little problem we need to discuss.
I miss the meerkat people we used to work with occasionally. We'd get those occasionally.
Oh, like when we had food delivered to the studio and you would like, you still work here?
No, I was just checking to see if these wires were still connected.
I haven't seen you in 3 months. I didn't know you worked
Heads
here.
out of the office.
That bothered me more than it should.
Well,
No, it should. It
should bother you.
when you don't see somebody, only when you have food over or an important guest over. Charles Barkley's in.
Yeah.
Hey, there's so and so we haven't seen in 6 months.
But if you order for 6, the normal people who work on our show, and
Yeah.
then you don't have enough to eat, it can be bothersome at
Hey,
times.
home values are on the rise, but so are sky-high rent prices. Stop wasting money on rent. Start investing in a lifelong asset. Take control today by talking with our friends at Mortgage Right about your home ownership goals. Mortgage Right, they've got the option, speed, and ease you're looking for when purchasing a home. Their mortgage experts are just a phone call away. They're always willing to answer your questions, guide you through the home buying process. Make the most of the current housing market. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to become a homeowner today, or call 205-815-9200 if you're in the Birmingham area. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Black Panther jerseys tonight for the Birmingham Squadron as Marvel Appreciation Night. And they'll be wearing these.
Why don't you wear it the final hour?
I don't have the guns or the chest or the stomach for it.
Wear that T-shirt under it.
1,000 of these will go out to fans. First 1,000 through the door tonight. They beat the Legend last night. They scored 134 points. So you'll see a lot of points if you go watch the Squadron tonight. 7 o'clock tip against the Dallas Mavericks team. They play the Ignite, the really good team in the G League tomorrow at 2 at Legacy Arena. You can get all your tickets for the Squadron year-round and an opportunity to get this Black Panther jersey tonight. Ticketmaster.com, Ticketmaster.com, or call 205-719-0850. 205-719-0850 is our friends with the Birmingham Squadron.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
A new week, a new year as we get going here on the Next Round. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Forrester, Lunsford, Tyler the intern, Taylor Corn handling everything on social media where outpouring has been coming in since the incident happened last night. You guys have been reacting at Next Round Live to the incident on the field there in the NFL Monday night game with Damar Hamlin, who at this hour remained sedated in critical condition in a Cincinnati hospital. The former Pitt star and Bills player taking a hit to the chest and then suffering a cardiac arrest, collapsing onto the field there. CPR administered, and he was taken there to the hospital after about 25 or so minutes inside the stadium there, most of that on the field in front of a national television audience and a sold-out crowd. We'll start there. We'll get to the playoffs, the bowl games, people declaring for the NFL and all that as we move throughout the day. But let's start with just the reaction. There are many nightmares, scenarios for people that, put on sporting events, including the National Football League, which is number one in our country when it comes to sports in viewership and money made and attendance and all of that. But this is one of the nightmare scenarios, having one of your participants on the field being administered CPR on a national television audience. It was one of those moments last night that the entire country stopped for a second and was glued to ESPN or ABC to see what was going on.
Yeah, look, I had gone to dinner with Leighton, and the first thing that I saw right when I got to the house was your text, "This is awful." And I thought somebody had made a comment on the broadcast. I didn't really know what was going on. And then I turn it on, and I see, this mass of players and staff just, huddled down and basically praying with an ambulance out there. And then I caught up on the story that CPR had been administered. I know this has been said before, or was said last night multiple times. Never seen anything like that.
No, I haven't. And it just, it was just, in real time, you fear you're watching a guy die. I mean, if you're being honest, in fear, that's what you fear, is that I'm watching a guy die in real time. I don't want to do that. Nobody wants to do that, I don't think. No sane person wants to do that. And and you could see on the faces of the players, they felt the same thing. They felt they were watching a guy that they really, really know and is a brother of theirs die in real time. And it was scary. I mean, much after the moment during Scott Van Pelt's coverage, when they went back to Joe Buck, he was like, "Man, I've just been sick at my stomach for an hour and a half." And honestly, sitting there watching it, I was too.
Well, and I'll tell you what was really uncomfortable was, ESPN's got to stick with it, and going back and forth between Joe and Troy and studio in New York with Adam Schefter, Booger McFarland, and Susie Colbert. There's only so much you can say.
That's right. There's nothing you can say, really. I mean, you've seen everything that you could say, and you just have to keep rehashing it. But there's nothing else they can do. I mean, they've got to stay on the air.
The only thing close to it is I remember we had, when we were working for Cumulus years ago, and we had the tornado situations that came through Tuscaloosa, and we were raising money, and we were in and out of doing not only Jacks, but we were doing API, the news talk. And I mean, you could only say so much things, or so many different things about the tornado and the victims. And, last night was just such a situation that we've never seen before. It was awkward all the way around.
Okay, a couple of things from the chat room that you guys continue to go back to. One of them is the NFL should have called the game instantly. I understand what you're saying there, but the reality of that is twofold. One, if you instantly call the game, then you've got 70,000 plus people who are leaving the stadium, Smuff. And at that point, you still have to get an ambulance with that guy in it out of the stadium and to the hospital 2 miles away. Plus, if you're stopping a sporting event instantly at that point without getting all your police personnel and all of them back off a break, they've just handled getting 70,000 people into the stadium. And if you call the game instantly, which everyone knew they were going to do, but if you do it instantly, then you're turning out 70,000 people without the traffic lights turned around or anything, and it becomes a dangerous situation. There's humanity there. I mean, you can't go instantly and turn people back out onto the streets without the support personnel there to keep everyone safe. And secondly, Troy Vincent is saying that the NFL never issued a 5-minute warning. We'll give you guys 5 minutes to get going, and then we're going to play. Troy Vincent says that was never dictated. Well, shame on you, Troy Vincent, and the NFL for not communicating that to your broadcast partner, ESPN and ABC, who's left hanging there. And when you don't give them information, then you're leaving them there to sometimes maybe report not factual stuff. It looked like the players were getting to going, and you trust the people on the field there who are giving information to Lisa Salters and others. And I would tend to believe that there was a 5-minute get warmed up issued. It's easy for Troy Vincent to come back and say, we never said that. I 100% would bet you guys did start ramping the game back up. And when the players said they're not going to do it, then you guys have to back off, and you're trying to save face now.
Yeah, it's not like Joe and Troy just fabricated this. Hey, we think they've got a 5-minute warm-up period. And you saw the reaction from Zach Taylor immediately when he walks across the field to see Sean McDermott. They knew 5 minutes. I mean, that was a ridiculous situation. So
there'd be no other reason for him to walk over there.
Terrible optics, terrible PR from the NFL. Don't think and I understand what you're saying about the logistics of getting people out there. You can't immediately call the game, but it wasn't. And to the NFL's defense, the only thing I would say is this is uncharted territory. I mean, you've never been in this situation before, so it's really difficult to navigate. I think everyone, on our text thread immediately, we said, I can't play this game tonight.
Cannot play the game. You cannot play the game. I would tell you, though, Brown, I would imagine they have gone through a variety of very dark scenarios. I would imagine they prepared for a variety of different things at the NFL office. Now, when you have to start enacting them in real life, then there are going to be some holes in your plan. But I would imagine they have thought through a variety of things we don't even want to imagine about the safety at stadiums and such.
Yeah, there's no doubt. You've I'm sure got a million, binders that say, okay, if this happens, here's our plan. This is one of those that you've never had to enact. They've never had to do this ever. So, I don't know what the entire process was. I don't know who was, obviously I think Roger Goodell's got to make the ultimate call here, probably in consultation with the Players Association. And those are the two guys, Troy Vincent and Roger Goodell, that are probably the big decision makers here.
Can you guys ever recall when an NFL game was canceled, like during the game? Because I remember one time, this is going to date me a little bit, and Dunaway, you might remember this, but it was a Monday night game. It was my Rams against Cowboys. And Tom Landry had a death threat at halftime, but they still rolled him out there.
Of course, the show goes on, right?
Yeah, and that was, I was just thinking as a kid, like, really, if somebody's got this guy in his crosshairs and he ends up getting shot, this is going to be really bad for the NFL. So I was surprised at that point as a young kid, watching Tom Landry. Do you remember that, Dunaway?
I do remember. I don't remember the game specifically like you do. I do remember the death threat at halftime.
Yeah,
yes.
And for them to roll him out and continue to play the game, I thought was amazing. But that's the only thing close to I ever remember an NFL game being called during the game.
I can remember, and these are preseason games, field conditions. Like there was a Hall of Fame game they didn't play because of field conditions. I thought I remember that happening in an NFL game, like during the game, something went bad with one of those AstroTurf fields back in the day, and they had to postpone or cancel the game or something.
Yeah, they've done one.
Thought I remember that.
Yeah, I remember Baltimore and the Eagles preseason it happened.
Yeah, I know it's happened some in preseason, but I swear I thought I remembered it happening during the season, but I could be wrong.
The thoughts and prayers of the sporting world with Damar Hamlin, 24 years of age, who, as we started off the show, remains sedated in critical condition. The Bills player is still in a Cincinnati hospital. No thought or discussion yet on when the game will be picked up there in the first quarter. 7-3 Cincinnati leading that. We'll get back to that with any more pertinent information as it becomes available throughout the show.
Yeah, just one more cool thing though was, you've got people that, and I think this speaks highly of humanity, even though humanity seems so crappy most of the time. You got a lot of people watching that game and everybody just their heart breaks for the guy, and you want to do something. To see that GoFundMe over $3.5 million, that's pretty incredible, and it just shows you the charity of humanity. Like, there are a lot of people watching that game like, I'd like to do something to help, but if there's nothing I can do, I'm helpless. And then, you see on social media that charity that's floating around for, Toys for Tots or whatever the heck it is. And it's over $3.5 million now. I mean, that's incredible. And I just think it speaks to, like, we sit around and we focus on how bad humanity is. But deep down inside, there are a lot of good people out there that were just trying to do something to help. And I thought that was amazing. I don't know where it was when it started.
Well, I think
Scott's showing it now. It's over $3.6 million now.
Shows you the power of the NFL. I mean, that was obviously a big game going into it.
That's
anyway,
right. Yeah.
With Bills and Bengals. But everybody, I mean, watching Twitter, and I'm not on Twitter a lot, but watching just the timeline of different people reacting that aren't NFL related.
Yeah,
it was pretty incredible.
And Adam Schefter threw it out, on the telecast, mentioned that. I think it was when he was with Scott Van Pelt. And, I mean, to go over $3.5 million is just absolutely insane.
A lot more on that when it becomes available, the more information on both the sporting side and the health of Damar Hamlin. When we get that information in, we'll pass it along to you guys as soon as we can. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends with the Birmingham Squadron. They're back in action tonight. 7 o'clock down at Legacy Arena. If you want to spend some time with the family, good, clean fun down with the Squadron tonight. Birmingham taking on the G League stars, some future NBA players on that Ignite team in town tonight. 7 o'clock Legacy Arena. It's 80s retro night where you get a bucket hat, a Squadron bucket hat. The first 1,000 people through the gate pick up a Squadron bucket hat as they do 80s retro night. Ticketmaster.com, or just call the number 205-719-0850. That's for the tickets throughout the year for the Squadron. Any single game ticket, Ticketmaster.com, or 205-719-0850. It's a Legacy Arena tonight, Birmingham, and the G League Ignite. We will talk to Brandon Marcello coming up in the next segment as we get our college football fix in with Brandon Marcello after what was an amazing weekend of football. So many things you don't know where to start. But we'll start with the games that matter the most, the playoffs. And we have the upset, and then we have a near upset. And let's start first with the upset. TCU, which I didn't give them a chance for about 10 weeks of the season. I've picked against that team.
I think a lot of people have.
And then they win again. But this is their most impressive performance of the year so far. They never trailed in that contest. And TCU beats Michigan. And the only thing I'm going to say to start off with is that Jim Harbaugh did not coach this game like he did the other 12, 13 games throughout the year. He got away from who he was. He got away from the DNA of this team, which is to run, play it by the book, take points when they're available. Right off the bat, Brownie, they get the long run right up the gut, down into the red zone, into the scoring zone. They don't get a touchdown, but instead of taking 3 points that are gifted to you right out of the gate, he goes for it on what was it, a tight end reverse pass?
No, it was the Philly special.
Yeah, the Philly special.
That was my only problem with it. I didn't
I
mind
had no
him
problem going for it. Absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah.
you take the points.
No.
100%.
I'm fine going for it.
Take the points.
Terrible call.
I'm fine going for it. You've just driven down the field, and you're in complete control right there. You've got TCU on their heels. I don't like having to call a timeout. If you want to go for it, have the play ready to go. You had to call a timeout, which then you really almost have to go for it at that point. The play was awful. I mean, you got away from who you were to run that play. That's what I didn't understand about it. I'm fine going for it.
Oh, I think it's stupid to go for it. You take 3 points that were gifted. They didn't drive down the field. It was a 54-yard run right up the middle.
Those don't count.
First and goal from the 2. You got the best offensive line in college football.
Yeah, and you didn't get in.
You didn't get in
because of 3 plays
of the terrible play call.
Yeah.
I agree with Brown. Look, Harbaugh now is 1-6 in bowl games at Michigan. And I don't know what that really means because these bowl games, the last 2, though, are obviously very meaningful when you're playing in college playoff situations. But if I'm a Michigan fan, a lot of self-infliction. J.J. McCarthy was great, and he was awful.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 pick sixes, but the goal line stand, the overturned touchdown, which I still don't get over. I think you and I disagree with this. But when he has the catch and they overturn it and they brought it back to the 1 and they fumble on the very next play, that should have been a touchdown. And then to end the game, the targeting call, which in real time, I didn't even realize until they went back and reviewed it. But after they reviewed it, it was textbook targeting. You got to call that. It would have been first down on about the 50 with 25 seconds to go. I'm not saying they would have scored, but I'm still upset if I'm a Michigan fan because I watched the replay 100 times, and that is targeting.
But go back again. Okay, so the review for the touchdown doesn't go Michigan's way, but it's first and goal at the 1 yard line.
You still got to score.
And what do they do? What do? They don't hand it off with their great offensive line to their great running back to run it into the end zone and pick up 1 yard. What do? They try to do a quick pop to the fullback, and it's a mishandle. It's one of the toughest things. I've never played quarterback, but I'm told by people who have, it's one of the toughest things to take the snap and quickly get it to the fullback. They mishandle it, right? They mishandled that. Another coaching mistake by Harbaugh. They're not just doing your simple, basic, hand it off to your running back.
You know, I was, when it was 21-6 or 21-3, whatever the score was at the time, I tweeted, this is pretty stunning. And, of course, you know, you've always got people on Twitter that are not stunned by anything. They saw everything coming. And a couple of people like, man, I don't know how you're stunned. This is Harbaugh in the playoffs. I'm like, guys, he's coached one playoff game. There really was no track record for him.
That's right.
But there is a postseason track record for him, to your point, Lance. Not postseason, really, because conference championship games are postseason. His bowl, for whatever reason, he is no good once you get to bowl season. 1-6, as you said now. 2 of those in the playoffs.
Yeah. And I know we'll get to Lincoln Riley and USC. He's 1-5 now in bowl situations.
There's an obvious reason for, well, I guess there's probably an obvious reason for Harbaugh, too. There's an obvious one for Lincoln Riley. But with Harbaugh, and I don't know that it was the case last year against Georgia. I think against Georgia, he was just going against an obviously better football team.
Yes.
Georgia was just an obviously better football team. This time, he got away from who he was. And that's what is concerning if I'm a Michigan fan, is in this biggest moment, he wasn't who he was, who he's been all year long.
Which is, he's the guy. I mean, Nick Saban takes those points to start with because Nick Saban is a NFL mentality by the book. We're the better team. We didn't get into the end zone. We're going to go ahead and take 3 right here. We're the better team. We're going to be up 3-0 on TCU. That's not who he is. Who was it? What's his name? Edwards, the running back.
Donovan Edwards.
Okay, he had the big run.
Yeah,
right,
which, by the way, was an incredible tackle because I thought he was gone.
Right, thought he was going to be in the end zone. Guy hustled, makes the tackle. So in this game, he has an unbelievable run to start with, and then after that, I think he ends up with just a handful of yards in running the football. He ends up 54 yards on that play, 0 points off of it. The rest of the time, 22 carries, 65 yards. 22 carries, 65 yards.
Yeah.
1 carry, 54.
At some point, though, we got to credit Sonny Dykes. I mean, we have spent this entire breakdown banging on Jim Harbaugh. You got to give Sonny Dykes some credit here.
Oh, I mean, 263 yards on the ground for TCU.
Yeah.
Did not see that coming.
You know what Sonny Dykes was? He was who he is.
Yeah, they outrushed Michigan.
That's right.
And Max Duggan was just okay. You know, Max Duggan
he didn't play great.
Yeah, didn't have the game that he had against Kansas State, even in a loss in that Big 12 championship game. But, you know, when it was 41-38, when Michigan cut up 41-38 with 14 minutes to go.
Yeah, I thought Michigan wins.
I thought Michigan was really going to pull away, and then they would just give up explosive play after explosive play.
And by the way, 2 pick sixes. I mean, find me a time you've thrown 2 pick sixes other than Madden. 2 pick sixes that you end up winning the game. It doesn't happen. Yep. You just don't give away 14 points.
But if I'm a Michigan fan, I'm just sick to my stomach. I mean, every opportunity in front of you, and that's just one of those games you've got to win.
Georgia ends up beating Ohio State, not the way anybody expected it. It felt like Ohio State sort of gave this game away at the end. 14 points in the fourth quarter, Ohio State was up. And then Georgia rallied and won this football game. We'll talk a lot more about Georgia, but in a nice 90-second nutshell before we get to Brandon and Marcello, what did you think of Georgia holding on and winning that game, coming back to win that game?
Look, down 14 in the first half, down 14, as you said, 38-24 early in that fourth quarter, and Marvin Harrison at the end of the third quarter, the controversial call, the back of the end zone, you know, was it targeting, wasn't it targeting? I think we're split here. I didn't think it was targeting.
We're not split. It's 2 against 1, but
okay.
Yeah.
So who had the targeting?
You're the only targeting.
No, I didn't think it was targeting.
Yeah.
I think Brown thought it was targeting.
I thought you could have called targeting.
I didn't think it was targeting.
Yeah, I didn't think it was targeting. I wish they would have called targeting. I had Ohio State. Another roommate doesn't want to hear that. But once Marvin
I
Harrison
think
went
it was
out,
probably pretty obvious to her which side you had.
I've
watched games with you.
I was being kind of quiet about
Yeah.
it. But
Were you being quiet in the same room with her or a different
yeah,
room?
well, I had to go to a different room at one point.
Yeah, I think
that was the
then
giveaway.
it became obvious.
Marvin Harrison, though, if he doesn't go out in the third quarter,
They had no
win the
answer.
game. Yeah, they really did.
And timeout of the century by Kirby Smart, and credit his coaches in the booth for seeing, hey, boy, they have got us in a tricky formation. Let's just call a timeout and sort through this. I don't know that they've got us outflanked, but they have shown us a formation they probably had never seen on film.
Turns out they did have them outflanked
With 12 people.
With 12
yes.
people on the field.
Yeah, they were going to get well, I say they were going to get away with that. Can go back to review, too.
It can.
And that probably gets caught in review, if I had to guess.
It can.
But anyway, I mean, you got to credit the staff in the booth for saying, whoa. Formation we haven't seen. Let's call a timeout here.
But Kirby said yesterday on game day, I don't know if you saw this, he says, we've had two teams try to run fake punts on us. We're exposed. We've decided as a coaching staff, if we see that happening again, we're going to burn a timeout. And so that was their plan was, this is a different formation, so let's call the timeout.
Probably, like I said, probably one that Ohio State hadn't shown all year, if I had to guess.
And you know what happened right after the timeout, then Ohio State punts, 76-yard pass to Arian Smith.
That's the way it's going to go.
Just a busted coverage, and that really was the difference because Georgia wasn't getting these explosive plays.
They were not. To me, that was the biggest play in the game, the DB slipping and falling. And they got to 76 yards right after that. Much more on that game, what we saw with Alabama, the declarations for the NFL, and a lot more. We'll talk about the weekend with Brandon Marcello coming up on the other side. The show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap Sea Stew, getting you ready for 2023. Happy New Year, everyone. Gutter Cap getting you in the game.
Yeah, look, the one thing you don't want to do in 2023 is get out that dangerous ladder. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. You need to get Gutter Cap. Patented aluminum cover system fits over most existing gutters, keeping debris out. Eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Call today, 205-823-2212. You can always go online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it, Gutter Cap.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Brandon Marcello in just a second after I remind you that Alabama basketball is in action tonight, number 7 in the country, as they play host to Ole Miss, 8 o'clock this evening, and a lot more in the college basketball world coming up. More football with Marcello. Montevallo is a place for your son or daughter to go to school. If you're looking for that wonderful, perfect place when it comes to small class sizes, 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. Find out why Montevallo could be the place for you, your son or daughter, or somebody in your family. Montevallo.edu. Schedule that in-person tour, montevallo.edu.
Thank you. Brandon Marcello with 24/7 Sports was at the Fiesta Bowl. I'm sure everybody asked Brandon, why are you going to the game that's not going to be interesting, Brandon? Why aren't you going to Ohio State, Georgia, Brandon? Why are you going to go watch Michigan run TCU out of the building, Brandon? You made the right call, Brandon. Good call by you.
I fought to go to that game too. It was like, hey, why don't you go to Atlanta? I'm like, I'm telling you, I said this back then. I thought TCU and Michigan was going to be extremely physical, and it was going to be a very good game. So I'm glad it worked out.
So Michigan, 2 pick sixes, self-infliction there. There's no excuse for that. But the targeting at the end of the game, and Brandon, we were talking about, look, we have no idea whether or not, with 25 seconds left, Michigan's going to be able to do anything at all. But it seemed like once they replayed that, they went to review, it took, what seemed like 20 minutes. Everybody watching that was textbook targeting. Why they didn't call that is baffling to me.
Yeah, it was targeting. I think everybody agreed with that. Everybody in the press box as well. Interestingly enough, several TCU assistants were leaving the press box before that review was whistled in because they thought the game was over. And some staffers were leaving, yelling in the press box, "We're going to the Natty." And then they called that replay, and I'm going, "Oh my gosh, you might not be."
It's gonna be a walk of shame back to the coaching booth there.
Yeah, but yeah, it's. The officiating in that game was strange at times, and not just with that. And SEC officials, it's been getting a lot more talk lately. But man, don't we just need like a national, association for these officials where they get assigned not based off of the league, and we don't have league officials working these games and all this stuff. And we need a better training base for all of them and all that. It's getting silly. It really is. And I'm sitting here saying there was other instances of things like this, and I can't remember it off the top of my head. But I remember watching the game and just being like, "What are they thinking here?" And it's like that every Saturday in college football. It's just, what are they think? What are you thinking? What are you saying? What exactly did you see there that I'm missing here? And we got to figure something out with all these officials.
Not just SEC officials, Brandon. As Alabama fans will point out, the SEC officials that did the Alabama-Tennessee game in Knoxville, they're the ones that had that game. So Alabama fans want you to know that they're not sure how that team got awarded such an important game.
Well, here's the other thing. I think I saw this. One of the officials at the Fiesta Bowl was also the one that was in charge of the Arkansas-Auburn non-fumble with Bo Nix a couple years
That is accurate, so, yeah. Most of the same crew.
Yeah, most of that same crew still together there. But they keep moving up that ladder. They got a national semifinal game there.
Hey, man, great work.
But I started off part of the show with this. It felt to me like Jim Harbaugh was a certain he had certain DNA as a coach for 13 games. And then in this game, it was totally different. Like Jim Harbaugh that I know takes that 3 points that he's gifted after the big run on the first drive. The Jim Harbaugh I know, when it's first and goal at the 1 after the overturn, not a touchdown, he doesn't hand it to the fullback. He hands just a normal play right that you do 100 times in practice to your tailback. He was just a totally different guy than what he coached on Saturday.
A lot of overthinking, a lot of overcompensating as well. And by that, I mean this. Last year, losing to Georgia in the semifinal game, their whole feeling and discussions in the week leading up to the Fiesta Bowl was we're all business. And you start hearing stories about how the players were told to be quiet on the bus between their bus rides from the team hotel to practices and to any bowl events. Talking to all the players about how they learned from that and how they're treating this more as a business trip. Michigan arriving 2 days later than TCU at the bowl site because they're just parachuting in for a business trip. It was just very strange from the get-go seeing this team there in Phoenix and then throughout the week. And then you see all these weird boneheaded decisions by Jim Harbaugh where you're just completely getting away from what you are. And they played right into TCU's hands when it came to game time. They tried to play to their tempo, obviously in the third quarter when they were down 21-16 and down as much as 19 points in that crazy period of time where in 8 minutes, 25 seconds, they combined for 56 combined points. Michigan was just kind of doing whatever they wanted TCU want them to do, which was, go ahead and just throw the ball a little bit and try to push the tempo, and we'll give you a counter punch as well and try to knock you out. That's been TCU's MO all year, and Michigan got away from what got them there, which was run the freaking ball, have J.J. McCarthy throw it when you have to, do not run trick plays, do not run the Philly special, do not hand it off to a linebacker who's been converted to a fullback at the goal line. It was kind of insane. And then talking to TCU linebacker Johnny Hodges after the game, he had a great point, which was, we've never been here. I mean, heck, Johnny Hodges was playing at Navy a year ago and was thinking about quitting football altogether to go play lacrosse because he didn't feel like he was good enough to even play college football, let alone a Power 5 level. And he goes, listen, maybe Michigan should have got here a couple days early, drink a lot more water, get used to the desert air, go enjoy yourself, go have a steak, as he said. And as he told me, you don't have to be psychopaths. It's a bowl game. Enjoy yourself. And then when it gets down to business and game time, do what you always done. Jim Harbaugh, for whatever reason, he's changing his approach, and not just in this week, in those weeks leading up to the Fiesta Bowl, but throughout his college coaching career. I mean, he's lost, 6 straight bowl games? There is a disconnect there, and, should he return to Michigan this year, he needs to reevaluate himself and how he handles things in the postseason.
Hey, one more point on the officiating. So it's 14-3. I think Michigan had just picked off TCU. First play, they go up top. Roman Wilson, it looks like a 50-yard touchdown. It's called a touchdown. They review it. They take the touchdown off. They put the ball on the 1. I didn't think he had full control until he had gone in the end zone. What was the consensus up in the press box?
Exactly that he did not have control of the ball until his butt was rolling over to the ball was over the goal line. That was a touchdown. I thought it was a touchdown. Everybody in that press box thought it was a touchdown because exactly of how you described it. Again, what are they seeing? I mean, you got a replay booth that is able to look at this in 4K or HD, whatever, and we're in the press box watching off TV and going, that's clearly a touchdown. I just do not understand the decisions. Like, there's the whole process and things for the officials needs to be revamped, and they need to add more transparency to it. Every time I mention this to one of the commissioners at one of the conferences or anything, they look at me like I'm just the dumbest person in the room. They go, well, these are I had one commissioner tell me, I'm not going to say who it was, telling me, well, these are human beings. Why should they be up for the ridicule in person and being questioned about all this? I'm going, because they're controlling an entire game, and you guys throw 17 and 18-year-olds out to be questioned by the reporters about making a boneheaded play. Why can't a grown-ass man who says, no, the play you just made that was clearly a touchdown is not a touchdown? And I'm 48 years old. I'm jumping on an airplane right now to go back to my job being a lawyer. You can't answer questions about that? Well, I almost cussed there. BS. BS.
Brandon Marcello with the self-Twitter or the self-edit there. He is on Twitter at bmarcello 24/7 Sports. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Quickly on the other game, I thought Ryan Day coached a masterful game until they got in field goal range. And I don't know why he lifted off the pedal there and just settled for such a long field goal, Brandon.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, that was silly. I also would have liked to have seen CJ Stroud played I think he played the best game of his Ohio State career, and finally be able to turn it loose and run a little bit. Obviously that run to set him up to put him in field goal range. He took control, and then I think Ryan Day failed him. The next two play calls just boneheaded. Why are we trying to settle for a field goal, put it on the back of a college kicker when the ball is dropping at midnight? That just I didn't like that at all. Go for the throat. Go try and score a touchdown. Run what you run. Don't try to set things up, especially when you're at that range. You're not down at the 11-yard line or something like that. And again, I thought it was interesting. I saw Kirk Herbstreit say this yesterday on ESPN. It hasn't been released yet, but he said that Ryan Day told their production crew before the game that he was giving up play calling duties next season to become more of like a general manager and overlook things as a head coach. And in hindsight now, he's going to get a lot of questions about that considering what happened in the game.
Yeah, but I think you nailed it there. I mean, there's an $8 million coach who doesn't want to take the heat. Josh Heupel could have played for overtime in Knoxville. He threw the ball to Brew McCoy, setting up a makeable field goal to win that game. Brian Kelly goes for 2 instead of going to overtime, beats Alabama. Multi-million-dollar coach taking the heat. If it doesn't work, it's going to be on my shoulders. Ryan Day melted under the pressure there, left it on the shoulders of the kicker. It's a wimp-ass move is what it is.
And it's a second straight game that he is melted under the pressure. That Michigan game, the coaching decisions in that fourth quarter were just bad. And I think you hit on it right there. Crunch time, Ryan Day has not been getting it done there. And I hate saying this, but like his seat is warming up a little bit. It really is. I mean, you go into next year, fall short of the Big Ten championship game, and lose to Michigan for a third straight year. I mean, things are going to get turned up on him. I'm not saying he's going to get fired, but, man, I don't think the fan base is all that happy with him today and won't be going into next season if these decisions continue.
Yeah, bad day for the Big Ten, but whose loss was worse when you look at this? Michigan was a healthy favorite over TCU. They lose. Ryan Day has a 14-point fourth quarter lead, and they lose. But, I mean, ultimately, whose loss was worse?
I think it's Ohio State because they were up. Obviously, Marvin Harrison Jr. goes down with the concussion, but you kind of just melted in the fourth quarter, and that's how their last two games have been. They melted in the fourth quarter. Coaching decisions hurt them. The Michigan TCU game, I mean, listen, I thought that TCU was going to lead at some point in that game. Wasn't expecting to be 21-3, but credit Michigan, their offense did fight back. It's just that, man, their coaches were doing everything they can to pull them back, wiping 2 touchdowns potentially off the board themselves by making some play calls near the goal line.
All right, he is Brandon Marcello. You can go follow him on Twitter. We always suggest you do that, at @bmarcello. Read his stuff at 24/7 Sports. Watch his videos. He's on social media elsewhere, TikTok, Instagram, all the places. Go follow him everywhere and support Brandon's work there. Thank you so much for the time, Brandon. Great talking with you as always.
Thank you, guys. I dug out my old Tulane.
We did not get to that, but what a great logo, man. What a great logo.
I love it.
What a great game.
That was a fantastic game. Yeah, Lincoln got
amazing game.
Lincoln got to learn that defense, man. It's killing him.
It sounded like he wasn't knocking down the idea that he might have to make a change at defensive coordinator with Alex Grinch.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to evaluate it. It's interesting.
It has long plagued him as a head coach. Thank you, Brandon. Take care.
All right, see you guys.
All right, buddy. Brandon Marcello with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
If I'm Alex Grinch, I'd probably say, well, I'll tell you what, big fella, why don't you let me take the first 4 or 5 guys out of the portal instead of you stacking up the offense so much? Let me get a 5-star on defense occasionally.
Look, I thought, the fourth down conversions were pretty amazing. Michael Pratt played his ass off on that final drive.
He did.
But I go back to the Utah game. It's not Alex Grinch's fault when you've got your guys in position and you can't make tackles.
Yeah, let's talk more about that coming up. Big picture of some of the other games we saw, including Alabama and Kansas State, which we've yet to talk about. That Tulane win over USC, as Lunsford says, Tulane flying that retro SEC flag. Really, really good there. All that coming up. A couple of sponsors today. One of them, our friends at Hemphill. They bring us best and worst of the weekend. We'll get into that coming up, brought to you by the great folks at Hemphill Services.
Yeah, look, this is the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. If something is not running right, flowing right, draining right, flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call the team at Hemphill. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones we trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Yeah, Brandon, very interesting talking about both those games, the 2 semifinal games there. He was obviously there in Phoenix for the Fiesta Bowl, and he was with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur is where you find Johnston RV Center. Go see America in 2023 with an RV from Johnston RV Center. Always see more at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hey guys, tackling that WD has never been easier, and you can handle it discreetly in the Next Round store. I'm Jim Dunaway here to help you with wardrobe dysfunction.
Ooh, I like that hat.
We have new items to excite you daily. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Hats, long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and so much more. Get the gear that we wear and say goodbye to WD forever. Wardrobe dysfunction can be a bad memory. Nextround.store. Nextround.store. There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Back with you on the next round. Officially yesterday, you get the NFL declarations from Will Anderson, Bryce Young, Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Branch. Nick Saban says some others could be on their way to the NFL. Some other decisions could be coming. Nobody's surprised by this. More surprised by that they actually played in the game back on Saturday, and Alabama dominated Kansas State. We'll talk more about that after LT tells us about our buddy Dr. B and the guy who's making his hair look fantastic, Dr. Beckenstein.
Yeah, Dr. B, when I first started to lose the hair, I asked around, and everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to go see. Set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform genetic testing. They'll determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in Alabama that offers it. He can target an individual's treatment based on the genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. I'm already seeing 14% more growth. Just started that second phase of the treatment. Look, make the phone call today to Dr. B and the guys, 205-319-0316. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Again, call Dr. B today. Schedule that consultation, 205-319-0316.
5 touchdowns, 321 yards for Bryce Young. After the win in the Sugar Bowl, Bryce has this to say about Alabama's 45-20 win over Kansas State.
What do you think a performance like this does for you as a player and your value?
I think that's not really up to me. For me, it was just about doing everything I can to help the team out. This was such a huge opportunity, I feel like, for us as a team, like Coach said, to try to prove something. And, for us to finish this season the right way means a lot. So, whatever comes after that, that's out of my hands. But I'm just happy we were able to win, and I was able to play again with my guys.
I watched that game. I was just like, really impressed with Alabama from the get-go, but also I was hoping, everybody got out of there healthy. I really enjoyed them playing the game, and I wanted everybody to be healthy at the end.
I actually wasn't impressed with Alabama from the get-go. When Deuce Vaughn broke off that 88-yard run, I thought, here we go again.
Yeah, 10-0.
I thought this looks like Alabama, even with all these guys playing, is going to sleepwalk through another Sugar Bowl and get an embarrassing loss put on them. And then a switch flipped. It was that drive right after, Bryce Young drives them down the field for the touchdown. But still, they had trouble stopping K-State. But where the game flipped was when they held K-State on that fourth down, the bad pass on 4th and goal, and Alabama drives at 99 yards, and they never let up from that point on.
When it was 10-0, I thought, and you could look at the body language, Alabama really looked flat.
Yeah.
And Kansas State was going nuts, and, we had talked about this was kind of their Super Bowl before. Will Howard did not play good. Bryce Young played great. Will Howard didn't play good.
Now, I think Alabama's defense probably contributed to that a little bit. He was under pressure a lot, yeah. And, I don't think he had seen a Brian Branch type guy this year. At least it didn't look like it because he had trouble identifying where Brian Branch was. And Branch had a tremendous game, his final game as an Alabama player. I think a lot of Alabama fans wondered where that team has been all year. That looked like, after it was 10-0, the Alabama team I think most people thought you were going to get this year. And I don't know where Kansas State stacks up among Alabama's opponents.
Well, they're not as good as Tennessee.
No, but Alabama lost that game. They're probably not as good as LSU. Alabama lost that game.
No, that's what I'm saying.
They're probably as good as anybody Alabama has beaten this year.
Yeah. It may be Alabama's best win.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, Texas did beat Kansas State, so I don't know how you factor that one in. But anyway, I mean, all that
Big 12
said,
champions. I'd say that's Alabama's best win. Yeah.
If it is, then
and the way they won it.
Yeah, if it is, that's what I think Alabama fans thought you would see this team play like this year. That was maybe the first time all year long we have seen the old murder ball Alabama style of football, where you get a team on the ground and you keep your foot on their neck and you make them submit. And, I mean, you forced Chris Kleiman kicking it onside to start the second half. I mean, that guy knew he was in a fight he could not win at halftime.
And that's another guy who's really a good coach. And that was a sign of,
he knew
we've got to do something here. We got to try to flip the script here.
He knew he was in a losing fight, and he had to try a sucker punch or something to get back in that game.
We'll talk to Clay Travis at the top of the hour. Everything else that went on this busy bowl weekend. right after LT tells you about our friends at Bromberg's. Bromberg's, perfect for wedding registries. Got some friends there now. Anniversary gifts. If you're ready to pop the question, that's the place to get your diamond.
Yeah, they are your diamond specialists, family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they've established such solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's, as Dunaway said, also has that extensive giftware department. Just service the registry of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
Brooks says, it reminded me of the 2010 Capital One Bowl when they destroyed Michigan State, insanely talented team that had underachieved during the season and then finally showed what they were made of in that bowl game.
Yeah, I mean, that game now, that's a game where Alabama dominated from the opening kick. I mean, Michigan State was never in that game. At least Kansas State showed, a little fight early on until Alabama took the game over. I mean, let's don't forget that was how long was that drive that they didn't score on? Wasn't it like an 8-9 minute drive? Drove it right down Alabama's throat down the field, and Alabama gets the 4th down stop. Kansas State played back and forth with Alabama until that drive.
I still will stick with this. What kept Alabama from being an elite team was elite wide receivers. And you watch Bryce this past weekend, and the throw to Ja'Cory Brooks at the back of the end zone was spot on. Jermaine Burton had a good game, but he wasn't getting great separation. Yeah, they were just missing elite receivers this year.
They were. Now, Luganville, who will be with us Thursday this week, was obviously on the field. He and Dusty Dvorak were making a big deal out of like, hey, Alabama's found their young core of receivers here. With Kobe Prentice, Ja'Cory Brooks, obviously, who's in his second year.
And Isaiah
Bond. You got Burton that's coming back, but he's an old head. And they were making it like, hey, the good news about this is in this bowl prep, Alabama has finally identified this core group of receivers, the guys that, some are in the transfer portal, they're not going to be part of it anymore. I don't know if you came out of the game feeling that way.
I didn't. And the thing I would throw out there, too, we don't know how good Milroe or Simpson will be, but they're not going to be as good as Bryce Young.
It's going to be hard. Not many people are.
The other bowl games, LSU embarrasses Purdue 63-7. Mississippi State beats Illinois as well. Will Rogers fantastic on the game-winning drive to set up the go-ahead field goal. They get a covering touchdown at the end that helped out a lot of people.
What a bad beat. I can tell by your line of questioning you had Michigan as one of your plays.
I did,
yeah. I think it was pretty obvious with your line of officiating
I
questions
never really
to Brandon
thought
Marcello.
Michigan, once they got down 14-3, I didn't think they were going to cover.
Yeah.
I still kind of wanted them to win, though.
But one of your plays was also Mississippi State.
It was.
That was a gift.
And Tulane. Yesterday, I was telling Dunaway before the show. I mean, if you were riding with Lance's lock yesterday.
If he felt charmed.
You had to watch all 60 minutes.
We went 4-0, but, boy, it was a interesting 4-0. We didn't have LSU, though. That was
easy. That was over early.
Tulane beating USC and Penn State beating Utah. See, there's another great example of the power of the Rose Bowl still, okay? It'll end up with really good numbers. We'll see what the number ratings are.
The only thing on TV at that time, so it's got to.
But Penn State gets to celebrate like they've won some kind of championship, and I guess they have. They've won the Rose Bowl championship, but they're the third best team in the Big Ten, but yet they're ending on such a positive note.
They are.
I mean, their players were crying, pointing to their ring finger. We're going to get a ring finger. They have the Big Ten folks have made this Rose Bowl out to be these, Alabama players were not celebrating the Sugar Bowl like they had just won some kind of championship, They were happy they won the game.
A little different for Penn State. It's been a while since they won a national championship, and it's funny that you bring this up because as I was watching that game, once they got up 35-14, and you knew the game was over in the fourth quarter.
And Cam Rising's out.
Yeah, I started
his New Year's tradition of not finishing the Rose Bowl.
Wow.
Think to myself that the only two legitimate teams they really played this year were two teams they lost to in Ohio State and Michigan. If you're Penn State, what do you give yourself a grade? You win 11 games. You win a Rose Bowl.
You're a B.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a B, right?
Yeah.
Can't be an A.
I don't know if it's an A. That's a proud program that thinks they should play for championships. But, yeah, I mean, you do finish in the Rose Bowl, and Dunaway, it does mean a lot to Big Ten.
Yeah.
I mean,
late kick Josh. Dunaway needs to bathe in the Rose Bowl propaganda with the rest of us and calm down.
I like Pate busted.
I do get thrown in. I had the conversation with somebody yesterday.
There's nothing else
I watch
on.
it every year. I love it.
What else are you going to watch? What else is on at the time?
It's not even that. It's something that's different about the Rose Bowl.
I love it. I love
else.
it.
Maybe it's just the surface and how well kept that grass
It is a very nice field.
I didn't get to see the sunset. It was raining.
Cloudy. It's cloudy and rainy.
But I was texting our buddy Brian yesterday, and he was talking about what a joke bowl games are. And I said, they're just so unpredictable. Outside of the college football playoffs and the Rose Bowl, those are really the only three that jump to me.
No, I love the Rose Bowl, for the record, Josh. It's odd to me that Penn State, who was third in the Big Ten, won the Rose Bowl, and they feel like they had a better year than I feel like Michigan and Ohio State do. Michigan and Ohio State fans have to be sitting there going, gosh, darn it. Meanwhile, those guys have roses in their mouths, and they're celebrating like they've just won something huge.
Utah team that lost to Florida.
Yeah. It's a weird dynamic.
It is a weird dynamic, but that Rose Bowl means a lot to Big Ten teams. I mean, it does.
It means a lot to me.
Hey, did you
I know.
notice?
So I get what you're saying, but I also don't get what you're saying.
We just need better teams in the Rose Bowl is what I'm saying.
You're not going to get that. You're going to get worse teams now.
Brandon Marcello brought up the fact that C.J. Stroud played his best game of the year or best game of his career. I would make an argument last year's Rose Bowl. I mean, when you saw how good he was.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, Marvin Harrison Jr. actually had his coming out party in that Rose Bowl last year against Utah. I think you might have seen the same with Brendan Rice, Jerry's Rice's kid.
Wow, yeah.
I mean, he was fantastic yesterday.
Yeah, he was for USC. Now, I will go back to Stroud. I would say on the stage Stroud was on against Georgia, against a much better team than what Utah was last year. That's why I would agree with Brandon. That was the shining moment. Like, I was thinking as I'm watching that game, if I'm the Texans – and I just watched Saturday's games, I'm like, I really can't go wrong.
Either guy.
If I want to take Bryce, I'm going to C.J. Stroud. Yeah.
People have dogged me out. They're like, C.J. Stroud is so overrated. I'm like, he's really not.
Well, that was the way I felt until that one game, and I was like, this guy has delivered under tremendous pressure.
Yeah. And think about without his best receiver, as good as Marvin Harrison is.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's why, by the way, if I'm Ryan Day, I keep it in his hands after I get the NFL.
You have to.
Wimp-ass move, man.
It was. No, I don't disagree.
Move.
I don't disagree with you on that. He had just, Stroud had just gotten you down there with an incredible run, something he doesn't do a whole lot.
Nope. That's right.
Keep it in his hands. Why are you handing the ball off?
Throw it
right
to
there?
a receiver.
You've got Georgia on their heels, and you got timeouts.
That's right. 2 timeouts.
It
That's
made no sense.
Worst case scenario, he runs for 5 more yards and call a timeout. And he runs for 5 more yards, and you call another timeout.
Then you got a much more makeable.
Now you're kicking a 40-yarder instead of a 50-yarder.
It made no sense.
Kicker.
Wimp-ass coaching is what that is.
Yeah.
Wimp-ass coaching.
Noah Ruggles made the 48-yarder the time before, and I don't know what you guys were thinking. But I knew once they got into field goal territory that he was going to play it conservatively.
Yeah, no, I
knew he wasn't going to make that kick.
I told my wife, I said, this kick's going to come out low, and they're going to block it up the middle. You watch.
Yep.
Well,
couldn't block it.
Couldn't block it. It's too far left.
It was so bad.
That was awful.
What was the old 2017 joke?
Hit the left side of my living room.
Yeah, my living room
kick
wall.
was so bad it knocked off pictures on my left wall in the living room. All right, we'll talk to Clay Travis on the other side when we come back. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Way to Wellness. Let's say you got on the scale this morning after the holidays and you hit a second career high of 204. Not your biggest, but let's say you hit 204. And you want to lose some weight. You want to be 174 by the time, I don't know, say the show goes to Floribama again. You know who can help you? It's our friends at Way to Wellness. Leslie and her board-certified teams can help you lose that weight. How about 30 pounds? Let's say you lose that by May 1. Let's set that as a goal. Let's lose 30 pounds by May 1st. You can do that with Leslie and her board-certified team at Way to Wellness. How do you find out more about Way to Wellness? You go to this website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. You get all the details there. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free. Come join me at Way to Wellness, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. We're back in a moment.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, the world continues to watch and pray for Damar Hamlin. Damar Hamlin suffered a cardiac arrest following a hit in the game with Cincinnati last night. His heartbeat was restored on the field and was transferred to the UC Medical Center, University of Cincinnati there. That from the Buffalo Bills. Sedated and in critical condition is the latest from Cincinnati. We'll talk to Clay Travis about all of that and how the NFL handled that last evening. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic right there, just off Highway 280.
Yeah, they are at Tattersall Park, 280 and 119. Element Wellness is under the same roof, and a great way to start your new year is by looking the best you can, feeling the best you can, and healing the best you can. Element Wellness helps you do that. Everything from the red light therapy to the saunas to the cryotherapy, the infusion bags, all of that at elementwellness.com just helps you heal better, look better, and feel better. elementwellness.me. That is elementwellness.me. Clay Travis is the founder of Outkick. You see him on Fox Sports as well, at Clay Travis on Twitter. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Happy New Year, Clay. Hope you're doing well.
I'm doing great. How are y'all?
Doing wonderful. Thanks a lot. Your wife's alma mater is not. She is a big Michigan fan, and all of a sudden Jim Harbaugh cannot win postseason games. And that one will stay. The Georgia one, as I was saying, you lost to a better team. Georgia just whipped you. You lost to a better team, first chance of the playoffs. What he did Saturday is going to hang with him for quite a while.
I think that's true. I will say Michigan fans, I think, value the Ohio State wins and the Big Ten title to such an extent that the back-to-back wins over Ohio State, as stinging as the TCU defeat was, if you had told Michigan fans 5 minutes before kickoff, hey, you're going to beat Ohio State by whatever it was, 20-plus points today, but you're going to lose by less than a touchdown in the first round of the college football playoff. I don't think any of them would have said, yeah, I don't take that deal. So to go, yes, it's frustrating, but to have won back-to-back Big Ten championships and to made the playoff back-to-back years, you'd like to win a championship, and I get the frustration. But it's still a pretty doggone good year relative, certainly, to what Michigan expectations were as recently as a couple of years ago. And what did they go, like 3 I don't even remember, 2-4 in the COVID year for Michigan, including having to cancel the game against Ohio State, if I remember correctly. It's frustrating, but I think anytime you go to the college football playoff, I think it's hard to kind of look back and say it's anything other than a super successful year in retrospect, in the same way that, like, hey, in the NCAA tournament, when you go to the Final Four, you may be disappointed with how you play when you get to the Final Four, and you may think you left an opportunity to win the championship there. But getting to the Final Four is such a massive accomplishment that upon reflection, that is, I think, what many fans remember.
You know, Clay, for 40 years, Georgia fans probably the most frustrated in college football. I know it's only been 8 years since they won a national championship, but it's got to be Ohio State now, right? I mean, they're so close. They have every opportunity to win that game, up 14 in the fourth quarter, and they find a way to blow it again.
Yeah, I think that's true, and I think there's a certain inferiority complex that probably also is there, even if Ohio State fans don't want to admit it, because the Alabama win in 2014 was a big one, but that's the only semifinal game that the SEC has lost since the league got into the playoff, which is pretty crazy. If I'm not mistaken, the SEC is 10-1, Big Ten's 2-6. So the Big Ten lost more playoff games on Saturday than the SEC has lost in the 8 or 9 year history of the college football playoff so far. I think that's kind of the chip on the shoulder that also sticks there and is grating more so than maybe they want to acknowledge.
When are we going to start trumpeting coaches that risk it for the biscuit? Like Brian Kelly, when he went for 2 to beat Alabama, loved that call, hated that Alabama lost the game, but he wasn't going to put it on his players to lose it. He said, I'll take the heat if we end up losing the game. He goes for 2. Ryan Day has 2 timeouts in his pocket, and he goes ultra conservative there at the end to force it on his kicker to try that 50-yard field goal to where that guy has to live with it the rest of his life instead of him risking it with a couple of more aggressive play calls with a great quarterback out there. Why do these coaches go into a shell like that in that situation when they're making so much money?
Well, I know Ryan Day got ripped, but I actually didn't think his play calling late was that bad. I thought there were several other things in that game. I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr. gets knocked out. If he's in the game, I think that changes the success, certainly, that Ohio State is likely to have. How about Kirby Smart calling the timeout literally milliseconds before the fake punt would have been converted, and Ohio State would have had the ball still up 11, I think it was, at midfield with like 7 or 8 minutes to go. On those 3 play calls, after the scramble from C.J. Stroud, on first down, I actually didn't dislike the call at all. They tried to catch him on a run. And Georgia, they didn't pop it. They lost a yard or whatever. Second and third down, I actually thought the play calls were not bad. They were risky, though. Second down, if I remember correctly, they try a slant, good coverage, just gets broken up. Third down, they were lucky that they didn't get sacked, and C.J. Stroud had to make a good play to get the ball thrown out of bounds. The reason why I mentioned those is on second and third down, when you drop back to pass, a lot of things can go wrong. And if he'd gotten sacked there, then you're knocked out of field goal range, and your percentage chances of winning go down immensely because you find yourself basically in a Hail Mary scenario as opposed to a field goal kicking chance at all. I think that Ryan Day, given the fact that he's got a quality field goal kicker, when they got in field goal range, in the back of his mind was thinking, okay, worst case scenario, we've got, he knows better than anybody, a 60% chance of our guy banging this thing through. Let's just try to avoid creating that scenario. And that's why I think, the fact the play calls didn't work, but he passed twice, he ran once. I didn't really have any issue with the play calling. If anything, I almost would have tried to run maybe one more time. Maybe you try a screen, something that gets out a little bit more quickly. But I think what he was afraid of was certainly the sack and the possibility of getting knocked out of even an opportunity to attempt a field goal.
Clay Travis is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. At Clay Travis on Twitter. He's the founder of Outkick. You see him on Fox Sports as well. I want to talk about your favorite team, Tennessee, and their win in the Orange Bowl over Clemson, because everybody just makes this assumption that the quarterback job goes to Nico Iamaleava, but there's Joe Milton without most of Tennessee's good receivers playing, still throwing for 3 touchdowns, looking good, 19 of 28. I mean, do you think it's a foregone conclusion that he is not the starter next year?
No, I think he will be a starter. Now, I'm not saying that he'll keep the job all year, because we'll see how he continues to develop. But I actually was really impressed with him. To your point, I mean, he had 2 potential first-round receivers that are sitting out, so he's stepping up there with 3 new receivers in some ways, although those guys all played a decent amount this year. And the knock on Joe Milton has been his touch, right? I mean, the guy has one of the biggest arms in college football history, and I don't think that's hyperbole. And he has just consistently overthrown his guys on the deep ball. And I thought he had, if he could ever add the touch element to his game, he's got, first-round quarterback talent. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt at all about that. And I thought he played really well. Tennessee's going to be able to run the ball, should be elite, I think, offensively, again, with some of the playmakers that they have coming back. Certainly Josh Heupel, as a play caller, has shown himself to be a really talented offensive mind. So I would expect Joe Milton to start. And I think, look, if you want to go ahead and look at the schedule, and I have, I think there's a decent chance Tennessee will be 6-0 going to Alabama next year. I mean, if you look at their schedule, and I bet you guys have not looked, but I did and have, the tough game they have in that first 6 is they're on the road against Florida. I don't think Florida's going to be that good. To me, that's a game Tennessee should win. And then Texas A&M comes to Knoxville. We'll see whether Jimbo can get things fixed. But otherwise, I mean, Tennessee's going to be favored in the first 6. And that means to me that Joe Milton would have time to kind of come along and continue to develop, not to mention, obviously, the work that he'll do the entire offseason. So I think that he should be the starter, and I think Tennessee should have a 9 or 10 caliber win team coming back next year and should start off the season somewhere in the top 10. And I think maybe you get Joe Milton for a year and he wins 9 or 10 games, and then you've got Nico developing for the entire offseason behind an entire season behind Joe Milton. And Nico's already on campus, so he'll be there for spring ball and everything else. But unless he's just a transcendent talent, I think, Nico has Trevor Lawrence type abilities, Justin Herbert type abilities is the guy that I've heard him compared to the most. I mean, he's a really big guy, needs to put on muscle. But I think in an ideal world, Tennessee wins 9 or 10 with Joe Milton, and then Nico takes over and plays for a couple of years after, would be the way kind of that Josh Heupel is thinking, and that, he has a top 10 caliber Tennessee team for the next several years.
Clay, we saw something last night we've never seen before when Damar Hamlin goes down with the cardiac arrest, CPR. I mean, it was just a terrible scene, and a lot of people were critical in the moment how the NFL handled it. I know the NFL had never been in a situation like this. In retrospect, how do you think they handled it?
I don't think – look, the Internet's a blame factory. And when bad things happen, everybody on the Internet just wants to find somebody to blame for bad things. And the reality is sometimes bad things happen, and no one is intentionally trying to make the bad thing worse. And so I think the NFL responded as the way that they would for most incidents that happen on the field, which is I'm sure they were hoping, as has been the case almost always, that by the time there is medical treatment provided on the field, that the report is, hey, he's going to be fine. We're taking him to the hospital for further observation. And I imagine that is what the NFL execs were waiting for and expected would happen, right? Because, as you just mentioned, this is a situation that's truly without precedent. And even the idea of bringing an ambulance on and taking a player off to a hospital, if you're a sports fan of the NFL or college football, you have seen that. And what usually happens in those games is the game continues, and at some point, certainly when you're watching on television, the announcers come back and they say, hey, we've got an update from the hospital. And most frequently the hospital, the guys go for what? Because they have had, a threat of paralysis or something. You'll hopefully get a report, hey, they've got feeling, they got movement in their legs and their arms, and they're just going back to test. And so I think that's probably what the NFL was anticipating. Hey, this guy's going to be okay. We'll get word that he's going to be okay. We can let everybody on the field know that. We let our viewers know that, and we can continue with the game. And then as the treatment progressed and the severity of the incident became more apparent, I think they were, still hoping out that they were going to get a good report. But, so far we really haven't gotten much of a report. And so I think the NFL eventually decided, you know what, we can't play this game. And I understand everybody wants somebody to blame. Somebody sent this tweet and it made me sad. They're awful human beings, and that's kind of the way the internet works. I think the better outcome here is, the $3.5 million in charity donations that have poured into Damar Hamlin's charity for kids to get underprivileged kids to get Christmas presents. To me, that's a much better version of humanity than what often predominates on social media, which is, a mob decides that somebody said or did something that wasn't appropriate, and we've got to drag them. I like the 3.5 million story, which I think is more symptomatic of how most people respond. And I really don't think that the NFL was, an awful scenario here. Look, they're a business. And at some point, and I'm sure they're sitting around debating this now, they hope that Damar Hamlin is going to be okay. But they have to figure out, hey, what do we do with the rest of the NFL season? The games don't stop. And they certainly had to deal with this a lot with COVID, where they were constantly redesigning and reassessing the games. And so they've had a lot of pratfalls in their game. And so I'm curious to see what they end up doing going forward. But I didn't think that they were somehow heartless wretches for the way that they responded.
All right, he is Clay Travis, Outkick founder, at Clay Travis on Twitter, also on Fox Sports. Thank you so much for the time, Clay. Happy New Year to you. We always appreciate it.
Hey, appreciate you all. Thanks a lot.
All right, buddy, take care. Clay on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. And to his point, the same Twitter that gives you Skip Bayless also got the word out about Hamlin's Foundation.
That's right.
Which is now well over $3.6 million.
Yeah, it is there's good and bad.
Yeah, there's good and bad.
Just about everything in the world. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. We'll talk more about the folks who are now looking forward to the NFL. A few declarations other than the four that declared from Alabama. We'll tell you about those after you tell us about Michelson.
Yeah, 2023 is the year of vision. If you've been thinking about procrastinating, seeing if LASIK is right for you, 2023 is the time you need to pick up the phone, call 969-8100, ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, over 20 years ago, I went in, got the procedure done. I still have 2015 vision, better than 2020. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. Call Michelson Laser Vision today, 969-8100, or for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Dr. B, I assume not the real Dr. B, but somebody who calls himself Dr. B over there, says, so Dunaway, you wanted Harbaugh to settle for the field goal, but you wanted Ryan Day to be aggressive and not play for the field goal.
That is true. You've said both those things. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. One's a 20-yard field goal. The other's a 50-yard field goal.
One's in the first quarter, first possession. One's to win the game.
Yeah. One's setting the tone for the game. The other one is, I think you got a little conservative. Now, Clay's right. He did throw the ball twice. Yeah,
he did. And Clay, I guess if you run that ball and they pop a run for 20 yards and get out of bounds, you've got another first down, 2 timeouts, clock on your side. You say, boy, what a genius call by Ryan Day. In the moment, it felt like wow, Ryan Day is now comfortable in this field goal range. You're not close enough. That's how it felt in the moment.
Got right across that green line and said,
Yep.
okay, we're going to put it on the kicker. And listen, I'm not saying that him throwing the football, they were going to win the game, or they could have got a holding, and he would have taken all the heat. That's my point, is he makes $8 million to take all the heat instead of settling for the field goal and letting the kicker take all the heat.
After, I don't know about you guys, but after the Harrison injury, it seemed like the best play Georgia had was getting Stroud out in space and giving him the option of finding a receiver, pulling it down and running.
That's right.
That seemed like their most successful plays there. And I know, look, Georgia defends it differently. Georgia knows that too, right? So maybe they took that away from them. I'm just saying those were your best plays after the Harrison injury, is get Stroud out in the flat and let him make the decision. Because you weren't elite at receiver anymore. You were still elite at quarterback, though.
Yeah, you get outside the pocket at that point, you can throw it away. Or you can run for, just a little bit more each time. Just 2 plays with those 2 timeouts, even if it's 5 yards and it's a 40-yard field goal, the guy probably feels a lot more comfortable.
Speaking of elite, and I can't remember who it was in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. It's been so long ago, but somebody said, "How is it that Stetson Bennett becomes Joe Montana in the fourth quarter of these playoff games?" It's crazy, man.
He was so bad in the first half.
He was.
Just like last year in Indianapolis. Yeah. Like last year in Indianapolis.
I had a good friend of mine at the game, and he's got no rooting interest. And he was just gifted tickets, so he went to the game, and he texted in a little group chat of some friends I'm in a group thread, and said, there is such a bad mismatch at quarterback in this game, it's not even funny. And it did look that way in the first half.
It did, but then when the game's on the line, he leads them back. They were down. What were they down in the fourth quarter? 14?
Yeah.
14 points down in the fourth quarter.
And this is one of those that, if you go back and you look at bad losses for Kirby, people will point to the SEC championship with a fake punt.
Yeah.
And, really never was going to get over that. The second and 26 wasn't going to get over those situations until he won a national championship. This is that one for Ryan Day, that the Michigan losses were bad. In 2020, you get blown out by one of the great teams of all time in Alabama in the national championship. But to blow a 14-point lead in this situation, the one that he'll never live this down until he wins a national championship.
It's an interesting time in that dynamic there because, as Brandon said, nobody's saying he's on the hot seat, but Ohio State fans are getting frustrated with this.
That's right.
And you've lost 2 straight years to Michigan. Now, on the other side of that, Bruce Feldman is adamant that Harbaugh's gone if he gets the offer.
That's right. Two positions, Jim Harbaugh. Let's talk about it on the other side. Yeah. Jim Harbaugh maybe not staying at Michigan after he said, hey, I'm staying at Michigan. Last year was my last flirtation with the NFL. Maybe not so, according to reports. We will get that coming up on the show. That's being brought to you today in part by our friends at MyBookie. Brownie, we got basketball tonight. Alabama in that contest, a 12-point favorite at home to Ole Miss. Some other basketball tonight. Kentucky, a 9-point favorite at Rupp Arena against LSU. You're talking about people that are a little upset with their coach right now. Kentucky fans in Calipari right now.
Yeah.
Tennessee, a 10-point favorite at home to Mississippi State, and some of the basketball action that's happening tonight. You can get into those games with my friends at MyBookie.
Yeah, don't forget to use code NEXTROUND when you sign up to get that deposit bonus, and you can start using that right away. You get it in play right away. You can cash out quick and take advantage of that deposit bonus at mybookie.ag. NFL playoffs are coming up, one more regular season weekend, and then the playoffs, college hoops, national championship game in football, NBA action, weekly blackjack tournaments, all of that at mybookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND to get that bonus to get started today. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Experience sports in a whole new light. Make this season a winning one. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, MOVE, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Mike Oresco of the AAC, the commissioner over there. Is he still Commissioner Oresco?
That is an excellent question, Jim.
Makes a point with Tulane's win over USC. The AAC is now 3-4 in New Year's Six college football playoff games. 2 of their losses are in one-score games. And Tulane is one of those teams not going to the Big 12. So they hang around in the AAC where UAB will be a part of that conference next year.
Well, I tell you what, Willie Fritz is an incredible football coach. To turn around 2-10 to winning 12 the Cotton Bowl, I mean, it's the biggest turnaround in college football history. I mean, what a job he did.
Yeah, and to be down, I don't know if you guys saw the number, and I've got to pull this up. I got to be exact. This is crazy.
With 4:23 left, they were down with one timeout.
Yeah, so over
16 points
over the past. Yeah, 16 points. Final 407. Over the past 5 seasons, teams have been 1-in-1,692 when trailing by 15 or more with 5 minutes or less in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and he only had one timeout, so the only way they could win that game,
the safety was the biggest play.
You got the safety, yeah, because that put it back in play because it was a 2-score game until you got the safety.
Because you get the 2 in the ball.
Boy, and I've never seen it. People get upset with gambling, obviously, because money's at stake. But people like hitting me up about Lincoln Riley after the game.
What, the fact that he was so short in his postgame?
He's never going to win a national championship.
I'm not sure he will. I mean, I think he and Ryan Day, somebody said it in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room earlier, he and Ryan Day are really good coaches. They're not yet great coaches. And I would agree with that.
Okay, but best offensive line opted out.
I get that.
The defense is not. This is year one.
But it's not about this one game. This is something that has plagued him his entire time as a head coach. Is he's just never had the commitment to defense you need to be an elite head coach.
I know, but we tend to forget this is a team that had a 17-point lead on Georgia in the Rose Bowl. And if they go on to win that game, that was a game that Georgia should have beaten Alabama.
And a coaching error at the half.
It was.
Near the half cost him that game.
Yeah, I mean, the Rodrigo Blankenship field goal before halftime was huge.
That was massive.
Yeah. I mean, but Brown's right. He's got to do something defensively. That probably, the Tua touchdown, 2nd and 26, was the best playoff moment in playoff history, the walk-off. The Georgia-Oklahoma game, the semifinals of 2017, was the best playoff game because that whole Tua 2nd and 26, that was a disgusting game for most of that game.
Yeah,
right?
I don't
until
know.
Alabama
I think
came
Georgia,
back.
Ohio State was right there, and
No,
TCU, Michigan.
No, I'm saying
until Saturday.
So I'm getting to the point.
Okay.
Georgia, Oklahoma, 2017 was the best, and then we had Saturday, and I think both of those games became 1 and 2 of the greatest playoff games we've seen. And my poor wife, who doesn't watch sports, Harper had a little car problem, and so I needed to take care of that in the first half of the Michigan game.
Right.
And so I'm out dealing with that, listening on the radio, and I come back, and she's like, everything okay? I said, everything's fine. She goes, why are you being so short? And I said, because I'm missing what is being described right now as the greatest college football game of all time.
So done away.
In the playoffs. And so later that night, she asked me something, and I said, baby, you're interrupting what is the greatest college football game of all time.
That game's
And
still
she's
going?
like, wait, you cannot tell me the one that's this afternoon is the greatest one of all time and then back it up with that now this is the greatest one of all time. And I'm like, actually, it's happening. That was the greatest one, and now this is the greatest one.
Did she implement it into her sermon on Sunday?
No, but I will tell you last night when the incident happened in the NFL game, you know, she came upstairs. She goes, why is everything so quiet all of a sudden? Is this game not any good? And I had to explain to her what was going on in the field. And so we sat and just watched in sadness with the Damar Hamlin situation. So it was just a roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah, it really was.
Over the weekend and watching football.
My wife on New Year's Eve, she and I mean, we're not go out on New Year's Eve party people. So we're sitting there watching the game at the house, and she got sucked in. She's got some Georgia connections and got sucked in watching Georgia play. She immediately noticed when the kick happened and missed. She goes, oh my gosh, that kick happened right at midnight. Like she said it right away. I don't know if she was just looking at her phone or whatever and saw it click over to 12. And she was like, that was so strange, Ryan. That kick missed right at midnight.
Yeah. Andy Staples documented it was kicked 1 second before midnight.
Wild.
So it was kicked in 2022 and lands in no good in 2023.
Yeah. Way outside the end zone, no good in 2023.
I mean, how many ball drops jokes is he going to get?
But my wife caught that right away, and then it became a big deal. Like at first, I was like, oh, that's cool. But then people started making such a big deal about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did it happen right as the ball
That
dropped?
would have been, I guess, the biggest kick in college football history, right?
Daniel Moore says no, but
what's Daniel Moore got?
Well, the
kick?
Iron Bowl? The kick.
Oh, Dunaway.
No, I'm
please.
just,
I know.
It's good.
But a 50-yard walk-off.
Yeah, in the semifinals. Yeah, you're
to
right.
basically win the national championship, because we knew watching that game after TCU won.
That's right. No way TCU wins.
There's
again.
zero chance.
Yes, I've picked against them 10 weeks in a
I'm
row
willing
now.
to give up. Do you have my left or right?
He's got the left.
I've got the left.
Yeah, I'm willing to give up the right
You
if
want to double
TCU
down?
wins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Dunaway said Thursday before you were here, Dunaway gets on you all the time for absolutes, and he gave an absolute.
Zero chance TCU wins this game. And Brown did talk me back to 1%.
Well, I said, Dunaway, the line is 7.5. You're talking like the line's 21.
Yeah.
And you say, okay, I'll give them 1%.
1% chance.
Yeah.
And they got landmined. Precision Sports getting you back in the game right now.
Hey, 2023 is a new year, and there are new ways to contact your favorite precision sports medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number 205-512-3885, the website precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Did you tweak your shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations, injure your elbow, shooting hoops in the backyard, or maybe finding pain in your knees, getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
And of course, 100%. There's no way TCU wins this game this weekend.
Now,
right?
you're closer on that one. I mean, that Georgia's opened as a 13.5-point favorite. I think it's down to 12.5.
No, it's up to 14
up to
It went
14
down to 12.5 yesterday, so it's been back up.
I never saw it 12.5. I saw it open 13 and up to 14.
It's a 28-point game.
I feel the same way. It's going to be such a dud of a championship game.
Yeah. After the greatest semifinals, back-to-back games, it's going to be a dud championship game. No way they win this game.
Georgia's going to go 40 years without a championship and then get back-to-back.
Back-to-back. First time since Alabama in 11 and 12. Jim Harbaugh, the question is, will he be back at Michigan after going back-to-back of getting Michigan to the playoffs? He all week long was just sitting there just really putting the reporters in their place. Now, last year, I even met on signing day with the Vikings, and that was my last flirtation. I'm a Michigan guy now the rest of the way. I will end my career at Michigan, basically. And now the reports are that Broncos and Colts, two openings that he would fit in, If either one of them come calling, Bruce Feldman says he likely will leave Michigan and take that job.
Bruce is using the phrase done deal. And Bruce, listen, say what you want about Bruce. I don't know if you guys like him or dislike. Bruce is a super guy, but he is a solid reporter. He is not going to go this far out on a limb if he doesn't have really good sourcing that Jim Harbaugh is done if the NFL job comes open. And I guess the question will be, which jobs are they? I mean, Denver appears to be one, right?
Yeah, Denver is already open.
It's open and would consider him. Indianapolis is going to come open. That's his old job or his old team.
Right.
Neither one of them are in a great quarterback situation right now.
No.
Both of them have old quarterbacks.
Well, I think Indianapolis is in a better situation because you're married to Russell Wilson now.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you can at least change in Indianapolis.
And you've strapped yourself with the picks, the draft picks you've given up to get Russell Wilson.
Yeah, Indianapolis is the better of the two jobs.
Yeah, Denver's in a horrible situation right now. They've got Russell
and
Wilson,
a really difficult division.
I was about to say, what? Indianapolis does not have in their division of Kansas City.
Yeah, Russell Wilson has to get better for them to get out of their situation. He needs to go back playing better. They need a Russell Wilson-friendly coach to be hired there. Maybe that is Jim Harbaugh. But this may surprise you guys. It did me when I saw this. At Michigan, he is 74-25, Jim Harbaugh.
Okay.
In the NFL, he's 44-19.
I mean, he coached in a Super Bowl.
I know, but he's already lost 25 games at Michigan. He only lost 19 in the NFL.
Normally you lose more in the NFL.
So somebody brought this up in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room there. If Harbaugh leaves, who is primed for the Michigan job? That's a great question.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Because it's an out-of-cycle hire time now.
But it's a great job.
It's a great job, so it will pull somebody great and likely open it up somebody else.
Man, if I'm Harbaugh, I just don't leave that situation.
Yeah, I don't know if there's an obvious guy on his staff. Josh Gaddis was his offensive coordinator, but he left to go to Miami, right?
Yep.
He went Cristobal to Miami. I don't know who the obvious guy on that staff would be if there even is one. So I don't know. I mean, in a sense, you would like your spot if you're Michigan. I mean, I'm a team that's been in the playoff back-to-back years. I'm not firing a guy because he sucks. I'm replacing a guy because he's cashed in on two playoff trips going to the NFL.
Michigan's got a hokey coach right now in Harbaugh, PJ Fleck.
He's just as hokey.
He just signed another contract extension, but I would imagine he would leave Minnesota in a heartbeat to go to Michigan. Matt Rule would be kicking himself at this point.
Oh, wouldn't he, though?
Yeah. If Harbaugh takes the Michigan job, he took Nebraska instead of waiting on Michigan.
Much better job. Not even close.
Oh, Michigan over Nebraska. Yeah,
not even close.
I mean, I don't know. Matt Campbell's name has cooled some.
That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of in the Midwest there. The recruiting wouldn't.
I mean, I don't think Kleiman would leave just because he doesn't seem like a guy of means,
right?
Or needs means. He just seems like a guy that would be happy staying in Manhattan.
Well, I mean,
but that would be a guy I would take a look at.
Yeah, Bill O'Brien, Josh says. I don't think Bill O'Brien's reputation will be good enough to get him to the Michigan job.
I mean, I think he's going back. I think Bill O'Brien wants to be an NFL coach.
Right.
And it's obvious, and I know you guys probably didn't want to watch any of Miami and New England. New England's offense is so bad. And I know they beat Miami. I get that. One of those touchdowns was a pick six, but their offense is stuck in mud. Mac Jones, they don't have an offense. They got to have Bill O'Brien back in New England.
Yeah, we hadn't even talked about your team. Well, it's been a bad implosion, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, when you lose all your great players to injury, that's what's going to happen.
Let's get into a little conversation about the NFL playoffs and Brown's team. Brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg Nelson and the fine folks at Storm Restoration Roofing want to help you out this new year right now. Think about it. It's 2023. When's the last time you had that roof inspected? 21? 2020? 2019? If you're going that far back, it's time to get a free no-cost roof inspection with Greg Nelson and the fine folks at Storm Restoration Roofing. He and his beautiful wife own this company. It's a family operation, locally owned for over 20 years. And Greg is the guy oftentimes that's getting on that roof. He's got local crews that will take care of you. We got storms blowing through the area today. If you've got roof damage, remember this number. It is 205-542-3531. Write it down. I'll give it to you again at the end. 205-542-3531. Or just remember Greg from Pell City on Facebook. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. All the warranties you need. Insurance companies trust him, and that's why you need them during storm damage. Local crews that can get out there and secure your property and do it in a way that insurance companies will say, all right, good job there. We'll pay for everything right there, just like your policy says. He'll take care of veterans too, whether you're active or a veteran or active military veteran or reservist. He's got a lot of discounts for you there. 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or Greg from Pell City. The Buccaneers locked up their spot, looked the best they've looked all year offensively, throwing the ball deep to Mike Evans, so they're in. Tennessee and Jacksonville play a winner-take-all game in the other bad division in the AFC South. Josh Dobbs will start for the Titans. That's the way you got to go.
Yeah, look, the good news for Jacksonville is you've won 4 consecutive games, and you've got Josh Dobbs starting for the Titans. But the bad news is Derrick Henry's rested up. So this should be a really, really good game. Jacksonville's got the momentum. I don't know about you guys. Tennessee, once they get to the postseason, they'll do nothing anyway. I'd kind of like to see Jacksonville get there.
7:15 ESPN Saturday night for Tennessee-Jacksonville. That game flexed to a Saturday night. Flex to Sunday night primetime, NBC, Rockstars Lions and the Packers. Packers win, they're in. Lions need some help, but a win and they've got a chance to make the playoff. That game on Sunday night primetime.
Yeah, the thing that kind of stinks for that is my Rams have to go to Seattle and beat the Seahawks before that game even starts. And if you're relying on Baker Mayfield and the Rams,
no,
not a good thing.
No, but so if Seattle wins, Detroit's out, correct?
That is right. And Green Bay can still get in, though. Yeah. Detroit could ruin it for Green Bay. I mean, that'd be what you're hoping. But, yeah, I want I want your Rams to win. Nothing against Seattle, but I'd like to see a Detroit-Green Bay Sunday night game for a playoff spot. I think that'd be fun.
At Lambeau. And then there's your Dolphins. Yep. And the playoff scenarios for the wild card in the AFC, pretty wide open right now, right?
Well, it is. Pittsburgh is still alive, believe it or not. Miami holds the tiebreak over them. Basically, if Miami beats the Jets and the Bills beat New England, Miami is in.
As expected.
That's probably the easiest path for it. If you want to,
and that's chalk, right? I mean, the Bills should beat New England.
The Bills, in theory, were going to be playing for a 1 seed on Sunday against New England. I don't know what happens now with this postponed game.
And
I mean,
who knows, where they are mentally.
And the Chiefs are playing Saturday, so the Bills would have known what they needed to do to potentially get the 1 seed had they won that game last night. But yes, Miami gets in, New England gets in. If they win, if New England loses to Buffalo, Miami beats the Jets, they get in. The problem for Miami right now is they could be starting Skylar Thompson.
Yeah.
Well, they're not going to be starting Tua. Mike McDaniel is not even opening the door for that. Teddy Bridgewater had the old play where he hits his hand on a helmet and then throws a pick six on the next play with a broken finger. Didn't realize he had broken his finger, throws a pick six on a ball that kind of fluttered. And then I think hurts it worse trying to make the tackle to avoid the pick six. That's your backup quarterback, so now you're down to your third teamer.
But,
the Jets have nothing to play for.
Mike McDaniel's one of those guys that is polarizing because a lot of people are like, just looking at him, book on cover. Somebody said he looks like a guy that should be a barista at Starbucks.
Right. Okay, I'm good with that.
Perfect description. But this is one of the biggest meltdowns I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you avoid it. You've had a quarterback that's out. You're starting your backup quarterback.
Yeah, but Tua was in for the first 4 losses.
No, he was, yeah. But you're down to backups in your entire secondary except for Javon Holland is backups. Your left tackle has been out hurt. You're down to your third team tackle there because your right tackle is also hurt. So
he wants you to get down on your knee and cut your wrist and bleed out.
I don't.
He's wanting you to say something.
No, look,
he's trying to kick you in the balls.
It's been very disappointing, but there's a reason behind it. The reason is injuries.
Oh, I know, but I mean that's the NFL. I mean San Francisco's dealing with it.
Yeah,
that's why my Rams were terrible this year.
Absolutely. So I mean, yeah, it's a disappointing finish for Miami, but I don't know how you avoid it.
I was just saying, I know what he was doing. He wanted you to spill a little blood
here. I just haven't heard the last couple of weeks. We hadn't done a show, and I was wondering where he was on everything.
Brown, you were out. Did you hear the news? NFL's going to YouTube TV.
I did hear that.
You can't get it, though, because you can't change channels.
What?
You can't channel surf on YouTube TV. It's the stupidest concept ever. You will never get into YouTube TV.
You both were out when this story broke,
right?
And I said I don't remember your declaration about YouTube TV, and I said, well, LT is going to be tickled to death. He finally can get rid of DirecTV.
Oh, I'm out. Yeah.
And then Rockstar is the one that said Brown's going to be lost because he can't get YouTube TV because
it's stupid. It's a stupid concept.
Well, if I can't channel surf, yeah. So I'm not real interested in YouTube TV, but that doesn't. The games are going to be available. Like I can just get the DirecTV package.
Yeah,
I don't have to get YouTube TV.
See, I thought YouTube TV.
You mean the Red Zone package?
No, I can get Sunday Ticket. The way I read it, you could get Sunday Ticket standalone.
I don't think so.
Yeah, the way I read it, you can through YouTube Premium or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I thought you would have to have YouTube TV.
Now, I don't know that they've made the official announcement. That may just be industry speculation, but I don't think you've got to go to a full-time YouTube TV package. And in fact, they're talking about even offering a la carte, where you could get only Dolphins games or whatever that.
Yeah, they tried that NBA forever ago. It's called
Yeah.
Team Pass instead of League Pass. Don't think it was a big deal.
Yeah, the way I read it, you may not have to be like a full-time YouTube TV subscriber, that there will be, I think I read that they are saying the price might be like $350 for the full season, where you can just get Sunday ticket. Now, it still comes through YouTube TV, but you can pay for just the Sunday ticket portion.
Well,
you don't have to be a subscriber.
Even more than Sunday Ticket was on DirecTV.
Well, yeah, but you had to be a DirecTV subscriber to get that discounted price.
Yeah, no,
This would
I
be a
would
non-subscriber
do
price.
it because I've just got to figure out, though, my problem is with DirecTV, you've got the boxes, and so you can put on separate games. I don't know how you do that if you've got YouTube with different TVs.
You just your problem is you don't have smart TVs. You're going to have to replace your TVs.
Yep.
It's time for that anyway. You're ready for an upgrade.
Yeah, I think it's a good time.
They're secondary TVs. They're fine.
They're primary once you get the YouTube package.
All right, we roll on. We'll get to Rockstar's View Menu coming up in the final 2 hours. No guests. It's all us and you on this Tuesday, the first show of 2023. This being brought to you in part by our friends at Ghost Energy Drinks. Remember, Ghost Energy Drinks, you'll see their logo up here. They get you going in the morning in this new year. Why not get a little pick-me-up sugar-free with our friends at Ghost Energy, and also by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Taylor will send out a Cowan Equipment poll in a little bit, a question for you guys to answer on Twitter at Next Round Live. Go follow us there, and Cowan Equipment will keep you in the right equipment for 2023.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our venture here. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, cowan.com.
Follow Tom Lunsford on Twitter at JLuntz.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today, or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on The Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Back with you on The Next Round. A lot of college football reaction. We appreciate everyone flying through over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. We'll do best and worst of the weekend. We'll do that starting at the top of the hour. Reset that. We're not able to get to that in the first part of the show. We'll get to that coming up. It's brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Tell us about Hemp Hill.
Yeah, again, since 1954, this is the name that Birmingham has trusted. If something goes awry, if it's not running right, flowing right, draining right, flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
Damar Hamlin's family has released a statement just a few moments ago. I'll go ahead and tell you on the front end, it's not going to be an update that everything is great, but I'll still read it. On behalf of the family, we want to express our sincere gratitude for the love and support shown to Damar during his challenging time. We are deeply moved by the prayers, kind words, and donations from fans across the country. We also want to acknowledge the dedicated first responders and healthcare professionals at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center who have provided exceptional care to Damar. We feel so blessed to be part of the Buffalo Bills organization and have their support. We also want to thank Coach Taylor and the Bengals for everything they have done. Your generosity and compassion mean the world to us. Please keep Damar in your prayers. We will release updates as soon as we have them. That is from the Hamlin family. I would say this. God, you never want this to happen at any point. But other than what happened to him happening actually in a hospital, right, there may not be a better place for it to happen.
Yeah. And in Cincinnati, where you're 2 miles away from a hospital, but you have all those personnel that's at the stadium.
Yeah, you got doctors on both sidelines, you medical professionals, ambulance on site, that all it's got to do is pull that on the field and pick you up and go. I mean,
the hit to the chest, likely, if that is what caused it, then that doesn't happen if you're walking in the park.
No, you're not.
But if you're walking in the park, like if I'm out walking today and I suffer a heart attack, there's a chance that I'm just out in the park and I don't get the care I need and I don't make it.
Yep, there's no doubt. And for that to happen at an NFL stadium was probably, other than a hospital, about as good a place as it could happen.
Yeah, which is why it's so important. We do an event, a couple of them throughout the year.
Wedgwood.
For Lord Wedgwood.
The
and
AEDs, I mean, I can't believe, do you guys know if we even have one in this facility?
I don't.
I don't know if we
I
have
don't
one.
know if we've got
But
one.
it's kind of scary because there's, I don't know how many, tenants are here. I would say there's over 100 people in this building. I mean, if somebody drops out, these AEDs, they save lives immediately.
It's what they used last night, according to reports, that they had to use the AED to get his heart going again. And that was the point I was getting to. They thanked all the doctors, and those doctors saved his life initially on the field at an NFL game. A life was saved by the quick action of those doctors. And it's remarkable to see their quick actions and how they potentially saved a guy's life.
Well, Rockstar is watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art, Daniel Moore and his crew over there, wanting to say thank you for everything that you've done with them and for them in 2022. A lot more in the future there with our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, New Life Art has been bringing you those memorable sports moments by our friend Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. For more information, 1-800-735-2787. You can also check out his incredible work today. Go to danielmooreart.com.
A couple things, and Lunsford's going to help me on the second one. But 9 p.m. on ABC, it's premiere of a new show, Will Trent. When a murder investigation reveals that there is more to the story than meets the eye, Special Agent Will Trent relies on his instincts, and they say he's good looking too. They do that damn promo where he's good looking.
That promo ran a lot last night, and
they had to go to break a lot of times.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. Unfortunately, there was a bunch of breaks while that was going on, and it seemed like that promo ran in every break.
I don't think it'll last. But then for Lunsford's got to help me. Netflix has a new show called Kaleidoscope. It's the first ever Netflix original series that allows you to watch episodes in any order. The series from Eric Garcia is centered around the biggest heists of all time. So, you remember Choose Your Own Adventure?
Oh, yeah. I used to love those.
Is that what it's like, Lunsford?
I wouldn't say it's a Choose Your Own Adventure necessarily like the Black Mirror movie they did a few years ago, but basically there's 8 episodes, and it's meant to be watched in any order as long as you end with the color white. So each one's a different color. There's like yellow, blue, red, purple. They say black explains the concept of the show. White is intended to be the series finale, but you can watch them basically in any order. And each one's like, there's a heist, and I think white is the actual heist, but one's like 24 days before the heist. One's like 3 years before the heist. One's like 10 years before the heist. But the way certain movies and TV shows jump around, you can watch this one technically in any order, and you're not going to be lost.
Okay.
right.
It seems interesting. It seems like a lot of work, though.
As long as white's the last one, I'm good.
It's intended to be the last one. They say you can do it in any order you want to, but they say they intend for white to be last. But they also list like the color and then how many days or years before the heist it is, so you can kind of know if you want to watch it like a machete order like they did with Star Wars. You can kind of go and do like chronological, whatever you want to do, but you can kind of do it how you want to. But it's the same show, so it's not like Black Mirror where it's like an anthology series.
Is it out now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just came out on Netflix.
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
I'll check that out.
Kaleidoscope.
Yeah.
And that's what's on tonight.
By the way, season 3 of Emily in Paris not as good as season 2 or season 1.
Yeah, I was disappointed too.
I cannot believe you watched that. I will tell you this.
But
when I
another
was sick,
cliffhanger. We'll be back for season 4.
when I was sick, I would wake up on the couch and roommate would be watching that. That is the cheesiest show I think I've ever seen.
Love it. I just want to be friends with all those characters.
So
in Paris.
I told you I wasn't going to watch 1883 because of
Tim McGraw.
Tim McGraw, Faith Hill, yeah.
But 1923, like I don't know how they pull out of this last one, episode 3, the ending.
How many episodes are there?
There's been 3 so far.
Oh, so you're up to date.
Yeah. But I don't. I don't want to give anything away. I'm
but
baffled.
You're hooked?
I'm baffled what happened. I think it's good. It's not as good as Tulsa King, but it's good.
I was going to say that. You know what my dad's favorite show right now is? Tulsa King.
Probably because Stallone is so good.
He said the finale was Sunday, so we got to get home. I got to watch the finale of Tulsa King. Like,
all right. My man, Steve.
Rave reviews for that. By the way, rave reviews for the Georgia-Ohio State game. 22.1 million people.
Wow.
Now still half of an NFL Thanksgiving Day game, but 22.1 million people, 21.7 combined for the 2 games on average, which is the best New Year's Eve college football playoff television ratings they've had, and it takes you back to year 1 of the quality of people watching that game.
Yeah, year 1 was the gold standard, and they have chased that from year 1 and have never caught it again, and they finally caught it again Saturday with, by the way, the end of this system in sight now.
Yeah.
They have finally caught it again right before they changed systems.
But 2 of the greatest playoff games of all time,
Well, that
Maggie,
helped.
and that does help.
Well, yeah, you had 2 great games. It was a Saturday, which helps a lot. It was New Year's Eve. I mean, everything, the planets aligned for them to get those TV numbers.
Yeah, but I would think that it almost would be opposite. I mean, so many people go out on New Year's Eve, and especially being on a Saturday. Nobody had to work the next day.
Yep.
I just don't know. I mean, I don't know how many people go out on New Year's Eve. I don't know. I have zero interest.
Top of the hour, whole show, half a show to go with all of you guys. You can call in 205-734-0923, 734-0923, or as many of you are doing over there, Vulcan Tire and Automotive Chat Room. You can jump in over there and comment there. We will get to your phone calls and your comments, including best and worst of the weekend coming up. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap, right now, C-Stu and the crew getting you your gutters capped so your house is protected in 2023, LT?
Where we are, it's raining today, and you want to keep those gutters clean and free-flowing. The answer is Gutter Cap. It's a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping debris out. Eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. Right now, Chris Stewart's got an incredible 2023 special for you. Call 205-823-2212 or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or 2 to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954, That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we start another hour, second half of the show today. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford, Tyler the intern, and Taylor Korn at Next Round Live. She's handling everything social media. She did an amazing video to recap 2022. I think we go around the table. Should we play it on the air near the end of the show? Today would be the only day
I haven't seen it. So you've seen it?
I've not seen it yet. She sent it out last night.
It's good. I watched it last night.
No, it's very good. I laughed out loud several times.
Yeah, it's about 6 minutes long. I say we do it later on the show.
Sure.
Or is it bad form? Should we be pushing to social media to watch it? I think, didn't we decide at one point one click is one click, so it doesn't matter? A click, a click is a click.
Yeah. Click is a click.
When did it go out last night?
Eyes are eyes.
Well, at a kind of a bad time, honestly. That was not Taylor's fault.
Yeah. She can't predict the future, but it was 2 minutes before the injury.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I had not.
That's probably why I didn't see it.
I didn't see it either. And
no, it's very good. I laughed out loud numerous times. I mean, I would say, let's play it. And if you want to go back and watch it in its entirety, it's right there on YouTube.
Break it down. Yeah. If you want to break down.
If you something you missed.
So 12:35, 12:40, somewhere around there, our Taylor Korn joint produced video celebrating everything that we had fun doing in 2022 with all of you guys. So just a wonderful year, and hopefully this will be a bigger and better year for all of you and in how we do things together here on the show. We'll start planning out some fun stuff. Looking forward to having some fun in 2023 like we already had. Champy's Chicken brings you this hour. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew been with us since day one. Great southern fried chicken. You can get by there and enjoy a great hot meal today. Wonderful desserts. We always recommend starting things off with those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, just a full menu of greatness. It's Highway 119 in Alabaster, Sterling, and champyschicken.com. John in Mobile, he is up with us on the phones, 205-734-0923. Hey, John, how are you, buddy?
Fine. Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year, man.
If you do the best and the worst, to me, the worst has to be the SEC officials because they cost Michigan the game, in my opinion. but the Big Ten sucks, so we'll go with that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't a lot of the reporting on the Hamlin guy, doesn't it sound eerily familiar to the way Mike Leach situation was reported?
In what way?
Well, it's like, okay, with Leach, you had a feeling there was some really bad news at the end of the report coming that they just kept putting off. Same way with this guy.
Well, to your point, John, is that Mike Leach, the inevitability of him passing seemed like it was there, but the announcement didn't come until all the family members had a chance to make it to the hospital and had a chance to spend some time, talk about, remember him, and then the announcement came that he had passed away. Yeah, I mean, there is some similarity to that. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know where Damar Hamlin is going to be. He's in critical condition right now. He is sedated. I don't know the damage or anything medically that may have happened during the time his heart stopped and restarted on the field. It instantly reminded me of when I was in Daytona covering Dale Earnhardt, because there were a lot of, you're in the middle of a national broadcast, a big event, and I felt like everybody knew what had happened, but nobody on the broadcast or with NASCAR really wanted to say anything. The difference was that race had ended with that incident, and this game was sort of in a holding pattern until they made the announcement. But that was the first thing I thought of, was the death of Dale Earnhardt.
Well, remember there was a guy, I think it was the Euro Cup, but 2 or 3 years ago, that literally had a heart attack on the field. They had to take the defibs out, and they had to revive him. He died. And he came back, but he actually played again the next year. But that was in the middle of a game, of a tournament game.
Yeah,
and by the way, they didn't do as good of a job of circling him and keeping the crowd from watching that like the Bills players did.
And John, the point I was going to make too is the difference between he and Leach, and I hope obviously there is a massively different outcome here.
Yes.
The difference between he and Leach is, Leach unfortunately was in a situation where he didn't get level 1 care for quite a while after his incident. I think it took him a minute to get medical personnel to him. Then he had to be airlifted. This guy was getting the best care available within seconds, really, of his issue, which is, a godsend. Like our old friend Matt Murphy, who used to work with us over in the radio days, and Matt's now up killing it in Nashville, was watching earlier when I said this was probably the second best place. And he said, actually, statistically, the best place you can have a heart attack outside of a hotel is a casino, because there's always EMTs on site and everything's on camera. They don't miss it. But maybe an NFL stadium.
Good call.
An NFL stadium is third statistically.
So to his point, that if you're in a casino and you drop,
they see it.
They see it because they're watching everything.
That's right.
Well, it's just like when you go back and saw the replay, there's the tackle, and then he gets up kind of wobbly, and then I've always been told, I was really glad that he fell back, because, like a fighter, if they get hit and they fall on their face, they're never getting up. I don't know. I just hope and pray that he comes out of this. I don't think he'll ever play ball again, but that's the least of the worries. I just don't know what kind of.
John, thank you,
John,
man.
yeah.
Appreciate that. And nobody will believe me, but when he took the hit, I was like, oh man, that was right to the chest. And then he stood up. And LT, you've watched it, and you say you didn't think the hit was that big.
I didn't think the hit was that big. I mean, I thought it was more. It was a heart situation. I don't think, in my opinion, again, pure speculation, it wasn't that.
There was a hockey player this happened to. And I'm not going to remember his name because I don't watch a ton of hockey, but there was a hockey player, I remember this, in the 90s, early 2000s, that took a puck to the chest. And they said that, and he did the same thing. He got up and then fell back down, and they had to revive him. I think they had to revive him on the ice too. And they said that it was a similar situation, that there is something about, there's like this timing. If you get hit at just the split-second right time, it knocks your heart out of rhythm, which is what speculatively they think happened here in this situation.
But what's
and that is what happened with the hockey guy.
Is how that wouldn't happen more in football.
I think it's just a split second. I mean, I think the timing of it's so incredibly difficult to time that out. I mean,
you think about the hits in football. How many of them are direct blows to the chest?
Yeah, Paul is right. Chris Pronger is the guy.
Yeah.
If you guys look up Chris Pronger, and I don't know what franchise he played for, but it happened to. I remember that it happened to him on the ice because I remembered that story last night when they started talking about this. The puck, they said the puck like just squared him up right in the heart. It was just a slap shot right in the air, squared him up in the heart.
Yeah. Patrick said Hank Gathers came to mind as I was watching it last night. Yes. Sad situation there. Bob says they make a pad for youth baseball players to wear over their heart because of aluminum bats are so powerful. We had a couple of our viewers last night on Twitter at Next Round Live who one was watching his cousin play in Tennessee, and an 8-year-old took a shot back off of an aluminum bat to the chest and had the same incident happen to them with baseball, the line drive right back at the pitcher, so close and off the aluminum bat. So our thoughts and prayers, but at this hour, Damar Hamlin in critical condition after his cardiac arrest last night. He's 24 years of age, played his football at Pittsburgh. Taylor actually from our social media account sent out the charity that he works for that had a goal of like $5,000 to help toys for some children in need. That has now gone over
It was 3.6 last time I saw it.
Million. So
yeah.
Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive donation there.
It's almost to $4 million now. It's about $12,000 short of $4 million, which is just incredible. And again, I mean, I think that's just people you're watching and you're so helpless in that situation. You're like, I'd like to do something to help this guy out, but what am I going to do? And this is it. So it helps his agent straighten this out. That it wasn't. Darren Ravel had initially reported it was for his mom's preschool. Apparently his mom owns a preschool as a preschool teacher. And he said, no, it's a Toys for Tots thing he does, buys toys for underprivileged kids for Christmas. He just happened to do it that one year through his mom's preschool. It's a charity now that is set up. So it's a legit deal, and it's almost over $4 million now.
While you're thinking about and praying for people, if you're a fan of actor Jeremy Renner, 51 years old, also in a blunt chest trauma situation with a snowplow in Nevada over the weekend. So at age 51, he's in the ICU, and he's fighting for his life as well. Another blow to the chest with a skiing accident there. All right, the conversation continues on the other side of LT. Tell us about, again, our friends at Bromberg's. As we go into 2023, Bromberg's can be the diamond place if you're popping the question. Well, I saw a lot of people celebrating their anniversary on New Year's Eve. That seems like a really good time to have gotten married because the world is always celebrating on your anniversary. There's a lot of parties. Would take a little bit of pressure off of things to do on your anniversary, but for college football fans, it would screw up the playoffs.
Well, look, yeah, you're right. But, hey, look, anytime you pop the question, she's going to be excited. But make sure you go see the Diamond Specialist. That is our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations to serve you, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Since 1836, family-owned and operated, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds, as well as jewelry timepieces. For more information, brombergs.com, or get into one of those locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit.
All right, Jonathan Mingo, Ole Miss wide receiver, is going to the NFL. Tennessee quarterback Hendon Hooker, no surprise, going to the NFL. Tulane running back Tyjae Spears, who is just fantastic down the stretch. I mean, he went over 100 yards in their last 3 games at Cincinnati, in the AAC championship game, and then again at USC. That kid's been a stud all year. Yeah, if you play DraftKings, he's always been a good guy to get.
He won me some cash yesterday. He really did. But, yeah, he has been a stud.
And then
very underrated.
Deuce Vaughn makes the announcement he, too, is going to leave his senior year on the table or his bonus year on the table and go to the pros.
Well, I was just watching him Saturday, and he's obviously an electric player. Unfortunately, got hurt in that situation. I wonder what his NFL spot is. I mean, Deuce Vaughn, yeah. I mean, at some point he's got it tested, but man, that guy is undersized. And I know we've had some Darren Sproles play in the NFL.
Yeah, Sproles had a little more meat on him. They were about the same height.
Yeah.
But Deuce is a small guy, but he gets, his vision is so good, and he's so much smaller than everybody.
He gets lost, yeah.
Yeah, he does get lost. So I think Deuce Vaughn's going to be a good NFL player.
It was funny watching the coin toss. He made Bryce Young look big. I mean, like they're out there together at the coin toss, and Bryce Young's a head taller than him.
Georgia's a 14.5-point favorite against TCU in the national championship game. Kirby Smart tells our buddy Marty Smith that tight end Darnell Washington is questionable in that game with an ankle injury. What really has become a weird, I think it's maybe this is the only year we'll experience this of the next 3 years, but Kenny McIntosh is basically the same thing Max Duggan. Max Duggan's already announced he's going to the NFL before the semifinal game. Now he's got one more game. Kenny McIntosh accepts a bid to the Senior Bowl yesterday. He's got one more game to go, but Kenny McIntosh has been great down the stretch as well. 162 against Kentucky, 182 against Georgia Tech, 126 the other night. He has been really big for Georgia in these final 3 games.
He really has. You know, when you start to look at lack of playmakers, I mean, you know, Ladd McConkey was one of their biggest playmakers this year. Again, Brock Bowers is always underutilized, but McIntosh has been fantastic.
When you start looking at this Georgia team, some would say lucky, some would say destined with a win over Ohio State. Some best team ended up winning.
Lucky is the missed field goal, the Harrison injury. What's the luck?
Maybe the Harrison injury. I don't know.
Yeah, I think more the Harrison injury.
But I don't feel like that was Georgia's A game at all.
Oh, no,
right?
Yeah, Kirby said it was in afterwards. Yeah.
I mean, Kirby, that's all he chirped about was how bad they were, and if they don't get better, they're not going to win a national championship. And, and after the game, I mean, Stetson Bennett, I mean, he talked about how bad his play was.
Yeah.
Let's go with Kirby Smart here, Rockstar, post-game with a win to get them to another national championship setting. Kirby 1-1 in national championship games, trying to go back-to-back. Kirby, what do you think of the win, man?
And our guys are extremely resilient. We talked halftime about some games we've been in this year. We've been behind in, including the Missouri game, and I had no doubt that our team would come out fighting. Did not play our best football game. A lot of that had to do with Ohio State. I have a lot of respect for them. I have a lot of respect for these players that are on this podium with me and the ones in the locker room. And if we want any chance of winning a national championship, we have to play a lot better football than we played tonight. But we got to keep the resiliency and composure along with us.
Do you think they have to play better football than they played the other night to win it?
No.
I don't either.
But to win it going away, they do. Yeah.
And I think they probably will play much better, and I think they end up winning this thing going away. I'll give Ohio State credit. So we can dog Ryan Day out on one hand for multiple things, but Ohio State came to play.
They did. From the get-go. They played 58 minutes and some odd seconds. They were the aggressor. They took the fight to Georgia.
Yeah, and as much as Ryan Day is maybe getting a little bit of criticism for the way he finished that game, I thought it was odd too, and Herb Street even called this out. When Georgia on that last drive gets that first down, and then they go hurry up, and Herb Street's like, man, you need to – the clock is your friend right now. Why are you?
Stetson Bennett said as much after the game. I can't believe we scored that quick.
I know, but they went hurry up on the first down. Now, they didn't score on that play, but they also didn't burn off, I don't know, in college you burn off a good 20, 25 seconds there.
Yeah, another 30 seconds maybe.
Yeah, and really hamstring Ohio State for when you get in the end zone, and the clock was on their side, and they had timeouts. So I didn't really understand that either for Kirby's side, but you score, so it gets overshadowed.
Kirby Smart, and here's the crazy thing: you have 3 weeks to prepare for this game this past week. We're 6 days away from that battle with TCU out in Los Angeles, so they've got to travel and everything. And Kirby says they got to get back to work. It was an emotional roller coaster.
It's amazing anytime you win. I think emotionally it takes a lot more out of you to have a game like that as compared to, maybe the Michigan game was last year in terms of the game being over, in the fourth quarter. But this was an emotional roller coaster. It was a back-and-forth game. It was who's going to blink. 2 really good teams fighting, and it sounds like they had a similar game back and forth. So it'll be 2 good teams playing for it next week.
Actually, TCU never trailed.
Remarkably, you're right.
Never trailed in that game.
Yeah.
JD's in Huntsville. He's up next with us on the phone lines. JD, welcome to the show, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Happy New Year, guys.
You too.
First, let me just say, prayers to Damar Hamlin and all the people that are working with him, the medical folks. I've never seen anything like that before. In fact, I was traveling home. My dad never calls me just out of the blue, and he calls me. He wants to tell me. He says, I was trying to text you this, but there's no way to text this. And I was like, oh, my goodness. And so, anyway, we just prayers, to him, for him and all the people that are working with him there in the hospital. Talking about the weekend games, I don't know how Alabama folks feel about this blowout with Kansas State. I mean, some people are saying, well, that just validates that Alabama should have been in the playoff. To me, it says it's even more of, I guess maybe you say, it's disappointing to know this was their potential that they just didn't reach. And they, for whatever reason, those two games that they lost, they just couldn't put it together. And it's just very disappointing knowing that you had the potential to do this, and you just didn't do it. I mean, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, I did not like the reaction that, oh, this shows the committee got it wrong because Alabama beat Kansas State in the Sugar Bowl. Alabama had their opportunity to get in the playoffs. They didn't take advantage of it.
Yeah.
And
by the way, who you replacing?
You really
Ohio
lost your
State?
argument when TCU, their
Right.
argument was, hey, this is a Kansas State team that beat TCU. Well, then TCU turns around and beats Michigan.
right.
All right, so who you should have been in front of Ohio State, who took Georgia to the horn? You're telling me Ohio State didn't belong? They look like they belong to me.
You know, I think one thing we haven't brought up is margin of error was so small this year because we finally have parity in college football.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it has to do with transfer portal. But now it's not clear cut. These are the teams, although Georgia was one of your favorites to win it, and they're probably going to win it. I think it shows you that moving forward, we are going to have, especially once we get to a 12-team playoff, we're going to have some teams that shouldn't be playing for national championships that will be.
Yeah.
I think that, in past years, the stars have aligned to help Alabama get into the playoff. I think this year the stars aligned against them. Those two losses, I mean, just one little thing here or there, and they're undefeated. And playing Georgia just to see what seed they are in the playoff. So it happens. It hasn't happened to Alabama this first year, probably the last time they won't be in the playoff. Hey, I wanted to ask you about a couple of those plays, the targeting that didn't get called against Harrison. I don't know how you get a concussion if you don't get a shot to the head. They ruled how they ruled. And then I've heard so many people try to explain to me the fourth down play that they overruled and said that he made the down. And the screenshot that they showed, they didn't give any context to it, was just that line. I've never seen that before.
No, that was new technology. Yeah, you're talking about the Brock Bowers play in the Georgia game? Yeah, that's new technology that ESPN had for the playoffs where they have a camera inside the first down post or attached to it, whatever. And on computer, they show the line where the first down post is. So it makes it easier on review.
Goes out of bounds. I mean,
I thought they got the call right. In fact, in real time, I thought, boy, they marked him short because the line judge is like 5 yards upfield, and he's running in, and I thought he marked him short in real time.
Yeah, I did too. But what's crazy, JD, they didn't use that technology any other time in the game. There were a couple other times. That was the only time I saw it.
The only time I saw it used, yeah.
Well, I mean, I've heard an official tell me that they missed it, so I don't know. But when you're reaching out, guys reach out to try to get the first down. They reach out. It's where the ball crosses the marker to gain inbounds. You don't get indefinite, going out of bounds. If a guy's feet are inbounds, but the ball never crosses that marker, he doesn't get the first down. I mean, I had a bunch of people trying to say, well, no, the line goes to infinity out of bounds, and if you ever cross it at any point, then it's the first down. I'm like, I don't think it works that way, but there just wasn't any context in that screenshot. Normally you get play, they just didn't give any context to that and not a lot of explanation. That was huge because you're taking, you're giving them three because they should have scored. They got inside the 5. They don't score a touchdown, which I thought, man, that really doesn't bode well for Georgia. And then on the Harrison not targeting, that took away probably a touchdown. They get the ball inside the 5. They're going to score. So that's a 7-point little swing there. But I don't know.
Did you think it was targeting?
I didn't know until after he said that he had a concussion. I thought you don't get a concussion unless you get a shot to the head. Unless he backed and he hit his head on the ground afterwards, which I didn't think that happened. He went out of bounds too. They didn't even mention that. He went out of bounds, so the play wouldn't even count.
Yeah, the official had his hat off. Yeah, the official had thrown the hat, and they never even addressed that. Yeah, thank you, JD.
Yeah,
I thought they got the call right on the Bowers first down. I thought in real time he got the first down. I didn't even think. I thought he got marked short in real time.
And there is that line of infinity on first downs. It's the touchdown you have to go across the pylon inbounds. But I think you have the line of affinity on first downs. I think that is a true statement. I think I can dive for the first down marker and leave 1 yard short of the playing surface and land past the first down marker out of bounds and get the first down. But check me on that, Brown. You're the you're the rules expert.
I'm going to say I don't think you're right on that one.
Okay,
but I'll let you out on that limb.
Champy's Chicken is always right. Champy's world famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, bringing you this hour of the show. Swing by there and see Sterling and his crew. How about some wonderful Southern fried chicken today? Perfect on a rainy day here in January. You're tired of eating ham and turkey? How about Southern fried chicken with all the great sides and the wonderful sweets and everything that go with that? Check it out. It's champyschecken.com. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Happy New Year from Sterling and his crew.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Before LT tells you about our friends at Slice, a great place for lunch, dinner, had an opportunity to get over there. I think it was Friday, right when I left here for lunch.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, had a good little lunch over there before we got to the holiday weekend and all the great football. Ryan Day, it was Urban Meyer after an Ohio State loss that ate bad box pizza.
Very sad pizza.
Sad pizza.
Yep.
Slice pizza is good pizza. Ryan Day, though, wasn't worried about pizza after the loss to Georgia. He had this to say about his Ohio State locker room.
And I think that's probably what hurts the most, is that when you put that much work and that much energy and that much time into something, and you're right there, and you just you don't get the victory. And this is a performance business, and you win or you lose, and we lost the game, and that's just what hurts to our core. I mean, listen, that's a good team. You know, I mean, let's call it for what it is. They're defending national champs, undefeated. You know, they're a good team, but I don't think there's one guy in that locker room that doesn't feel like we should have won the game. And I think, again, that's a part of this thing that is going to sit in our stomachs for a long time.
You know, it's going to be hard to fire a guy that goes 11-2 every year, but if he doesn't win a national championship in the next couple of years, it's going to be a decade since they've won one, which for a lot of programs is not a lot, but Ohio State, every year they're in the top 3 of recruiting. They're in this situation almost every other year playing for a national championship.
Frank Solich, though, different time, different way of crowning a champion.
Played for one and within a year was fired.
But won a lot and didn't win the big one. Wasn't there another guy? Was it a Michigan coach or an Ohio State coach that won a lot and eventually got tired of doing it?
Lloyd Carr won a lot,
but he finally got one.
He finally got one.
Yeah, 97.
But you remember the old saying, you can't spell Lloyd without 2 L's. I
Right.
mean, he was kind of like Lance was saying, he was the 10-2 type guy. I can't think of another one.
Yeah, but those Frank Solich popped to mind quickly.
Yeah. If I told you guys, though, in the next 3 years they don't win a national championship, is he still the coach?
Well, what happens against Michigan? Too?
Yeah,
I
how
think
many more Michigan losses?
Yeah.
I'll say he goes 2-1 against Michigan.
So he's lost 3 of 5 to Michigan and no national champion. I think they move on.
And if he's 2-1 against Michigan, he's probably won some Big Ten championships in there too. So I don't know.
It's a weird situation.
It is. It's a tough situation because he wins a ton of games, but he's come up short a lot on the big stage.
And I agree with Jay Price. I'm just throwing it out there. He says, good grief, once again, who are you going to replace Ryan Day with to get better results?
I mean, Bob Stoops was a little bit like this. He won the championship early, but, they used to call him Big Game Bob. But truth was, in the big games.
That's a great point. Bob Stoops is a great example. If you take away that first year.
Now, he won a ton of conference championships. They
did.
dominated that conference, and I don't know what his record was against Texas, but I think it was pretty good.
Oh, it was good.
It was really good against Texas, but on the national scale, it left you wanting more every year.
But if Lincoln Riley was still at Oklahoma and they had made the semifinals and lost again, we'd be sitting here going, man, Oklahoma's going to get tired of Lincoln Riley eventually.
Yeah. They got tired of Bob Stoops
keep making the playoffs, and you're going to end up not winning a championship or not winning a playoff game.
Look, I mean, it's obviously so difficult to do. I mean, when's the last time Clemson won one?
It's been a while now.
Yeah.
By the way, I forget who said it. It may have been Herb Street on game day. You don't think somewhere in Corvallis, Oregon, DJ Uiagalelei said, "See, wasn't my fault."
Well, boy, they dominated total yards. They were up and down the field.
I know.
And then once they get in the red zone, it would just completely fall apart.
I watched that game and I thought to myself, I don't know if Klubnik's the answer either. It looked a lot like DJU for that Clemson team.
Klubnik missed easy throws.
They got some issues there. They may have some Jimmy's and Joe's issues on that Clemson roster compared to the best of the best. All right, let's do trash. It's brought to you today by our friends at Slice, and then we'll get to our friends at Mortgage Right. But Slice Pizza is a great place to go for lunch.
Hey, it's local pizza. It's local ingredients created by my really good late friend Jeff Bajaya, Chris Bajaya, Jason Bajaya. They're still running it. It's a great concept. 3 locations to serve you, the original in Lakeview, one right down the road here, Vestavia, one in Montevallo, and soon-to-be Crestline. Just incredible specialty pizza. It's the real thin crust with the incredible toppings. And right now you can be a hero. The Curbside Family Pack Special, it's only $75. 12 fire-baked wings with your choice of ranch or blue cheese, half pan of the salad. You can choose from the Caesar, the House, the Redmont, the Spinach, or the Wedge, and any 2 of those great pizzas. I recommend the Wing and the Prayer. Brown loves that soul pie. But get in to one of those great locations today. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Hot Mama, underrated. Try it next time you're in there. John Cooper says Mark. Brooks says Bo Pelini literally won 9 or 10 every year. Always lost 3 or 4 though. So
he did, and John Cooper. I mean, he was more of a 9-3, 10-2 type guy.
Yeah, both those guys are 9 wins.
Yeah,
guys.
Mark's a big Ohio State fan, so he knows. But yeah, Cooper, I don't think was ever in the mix to win a national championship.
They played that one Rose Bowl, did they not, against Jake the Snake? And I think Arizona State was the one that was in position to win a championship in that game, if I'm not mistaken.
And
if things fell right,
David Boston scored a late touchdown.
That's right. Yeah,
and it was the first time all year Arizona State hadn't covered. I remember well.
Let's hit it, man. Trash time.
Well, shit. What are y'all doing? This is awful. It's still March. How many days in March?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, surging interest rates might be weighing down your decision to buy a home, but Mortgage Right has a program that can lift the burden. If you're looking to save money on a new mortgage, temporary interest rate buy-down may be just what you need. Mortgage Right's temporary buy-down program lowers your initial interest rate during the early years of your mortgage, giving you a chance to save money in a more demanding housing market with a variety of buy-down options and experts nationwide. Mortgage Right can help you purchase your home with the best possible interest rate. Rates are on the rise, so it's more than wise to consider a temporary interest rate buy-down. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started or call 205-815-9200 if you're in Birmingham, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. I can't even imagine how this happens, but think about this. Patients of a GP practice were informed they have, quote, aggressive lung cancer, and a mass text that was supposed to wish them a Merry Christmas instead.
Same wording, same letters,
heck of
same
a
alphabet.
mix-up there.
Now, the Askren Medical Center in Doncaster is believed to have sent the message with the bogus diagnosis to hundreds of people on the afternoon of December 23rd. The problem is this included some who were actually waiting for lung cancer test results.
What an and it came on Christmas, obviously, or right before.
But by the way, that's how I'm going to find out I've got aggressive lung cancer.
Yeah.
In a text.
Yeah, hey, heads up.
But it says thanks at the end.
Also, your FedEx package was delivered.
Yeah.
Now, Chris Reed,
this is the equivalent of the ESPN guy last night smiling and nodding his head, waiting to do an update on the report. Brown's like, they get in such a habit, these reporters on TV, of doing, the head bob and smiling. This guy's, he's like,
yeah.
And then they go out for this serious report. I mean, it's just that's a horrible way to find out.
This is bad, yeah.
So Chris Reed of Norton, South Yorkshire, was reportedly one of the people who got the message after being tested for lung cancer, causing his partner to burst into tears. Quote, they went from, you've got lung cancer, to Merry Christmas in about an hour. Unbelievable, the 57-year-old said. He said he called Askren Medical a number of times, found the phone lines were full. Frustrated, he rushed to the emergency room to eventually be told the text was a mistake and cancer results were, in fact, negative.
Well, it's good that they were negative.
Now, instead, the message was supposed to wish all the patients a Merry Christmas. The second one was sent 22 minutes later, offering sincere apologies for the error. So,
yeah. Hey, one more thing on the cancer message there. How about you end a cancer message with thanks and no reply? Like,
unsubscribe.
Yeah, we're telling you you've got cancer. Hey, thanks for letting us send this message in. Whatever you do not reach out to us. No reply.
And then please accept our sincere apologies for the previous text message sent. This has been sent in error.
Yeah, that is unbelievable.
That's bad.
You guys ever get a little more aggressive driving when you hear a good song?
I do.
Yeah, I think that's a proven fact.
Well, a 19-year-old motorist who admitted driving his Honda 120 miles per hour on a highway interstate told cops he floored the vehicle last night, quote, because a good song came on his stereo.
Danger Zone by Kenny Loggins.
We don't get the song, do we?
No, he.
What do you guess it was?
It's got to be metal.
I mean, you would give me Danger Zone by Kenny Loggins. I mean, like you feel like you're flying a jet at that point, right?
Yeah, my man cuts his hair with a knife.
It is not a good-looking haircut.
I'll go 5 minutes alone, Pantera.
Hey, by the way, this guy, put him on a watch list.
After a witness called 911 to report a reckless driver was speeding and swerving all over the road, sheriff's deputies spotted the vehicle as it sped past him going over 100 about 9:15. When the car was pulled over more than 2 miles up the interstate, driver Nicholas Bernard reportedly admitted to going 120 miles per hour, and he said because good song came on the studio.
Top 8 songs to drive fast to that are metal songs. Number 1 is Wherever I May Roam, Metallica.
Oh,
it's a good tune.
Yeah.
So let's go with that. Highway Star, Deep Purple, Walk by Pantera. Then 2 more Metallica songs in the top 8. Metallica makes you drive fast.
So we've got an Italian man saw his life savings go up in smoke after stashing them in a chimney.
That was a smart move on his part. Where can I put this money?
We don't use it.
Let's go to the chimney.
Money caught alight when his wife lit a fire because she had no idea it was being used to hide 18,000 pounds in government bonds.
Oh, wow.
The unidentified man concocted the plan because he was concerned about burglars breaking into his Rome apartment.
Should I buy a safe?
Stash of papers worth 20,000 euros were hidden deep inside of the shack, but the man forgot to tell anyone else in the house they were there. He went on to tell a local newspaper, quote, when I saw the flames, I nearly passed out. Fireplace, rarely used. The bonds have been hidden there for some time. I thought it was a safe place where thieves would never think of looking. My wife didn't know I'd hidden them there. Each year before we used the fire during the winter, I used to move them out. This time, didn't manage to do it.
Is there a difference between never and rarely?
There is a small
to put
difference.
money involved?
I tell you, I didn't want my wife to find them. I put them in the oven.
Man is hoping to recover at least some of his money, which was tied up in bonds issued by the post office. Told Italian media there's still hopes he can recoup his losses if he finds the original serial numbers on the document.
Easy.
Yeah.
I always write those down.
Yeah, he does. As a guy who procrastinated about moving the money out of the chimney, doesn't sound like he's the kind of guy who keeps good records.
You don't think critical thinking is a good street for him?
It is not.
Here's the headline. Man arrested for answering wife's horn honks with gunfire.
If she honks that horn one more time.
Do y'all ever sit outside if somebody's running behind you just to honk?
No.
Oh, I do that.
I've done it once.
He looks a little like an old Jim Brewer.
Who do you?
That's exactly right. Not even old, just spot on. Jim Brewer.
Who do you honk at?
Well, I mean, if the roommate's running late, if I've been sitting in the car for a couple of minutes, just a little nudge. I mean, if we got to be somewhere, got to be at a dinner.
I have been married 22 years now. And the one thing I know is me laying on the horn is not going to speed my wife up. In fact, it's only going to deliver my wife in a much worse mood.
What always works is you got to, hey, we got to go. Just keep saying that. We need to hurry. Really makes them happy.
Well, at least I didn't do this. 55-year-old Pueblo man was jailed for shooting his wife in the leg Friday night. The couple drove to property southeast of Pueblo, just outside of the city limits to discuss the purchase of a vehicle with another person. Eric Bramshire entered a residence on the property, did not emerge for it for 30 minutes, at which point his wife began honking their truck's horn in order to get him to come out. Witnesses later said that he exited the trailer and fired 3 shots at the truck.
3?
A woman identified as his 56-year-old wife was struck in the leg by one of the bullets. She was taken by ambulance to a local hospital where she was treated and released. He was arrested for felony menacing and second-degree assault.
So she was in honking, telling him to come on.
That's right. That is a role reversal there.
Yeah. That is way out of bounds.
And he was in the trailer negotiating a car deal.
That's right.
3 shots.
With a loaded gun.
Yeah.
Well, he does look pissed, doesn't he?
He does. I thought it was just going to be 3 shots up in the air. It sounded like he was taking shots at the car.
Oh, yeah.
I don't honk, but I am passive aggressive. This is me.
Really?
I will go, hey, I'm going to get my keys. I'm going to go crank the car. I'll just be waiting in the car for you. And I go on out and I crank the car. That's my sign of, we got to go. We got to go. I rarely
being
honk.
Passive aggressive is just
rarely honk when I get
what
there.
I would do? I would always, back in the day, set the alarm because you got 30 seconds. And that would be the key. Hey, and it's gone off before.
Usually if Maggie and I are going somewhere, it's somewhere I don't really want to go anyway. So I can't do this one. But if it was somewhere she wanted to go and I didn't, it's like I'm doing local weather.
I know. Why are you holding that eraser, Jeff?
Like if I should just say, if you're not out in 3 minutes, I'm just going to leave without you.
Oh, yeah. Do that.
Drive your own car.
Please do that one time.
That's why you guys are always separate, right?
We always roll in separate cars usually.
Okay, it says here, please quit using these banished words moving forward. The faculty of Lake Superior State University, the Michigan college that releases the annual list of words they say deserve to be banished from our vocabularies over misuse, overuse, and uselessness. Here is the full list of the school's banished words for the year. GOAT. I agree with that one.
Please get rid of GOAT.
Yeah, he's the GOAT. We have way overused that one.
Yes.
I agree.
Inflection point.
I don't hear that much. That don't bother me.
Quiet quitting.
I have no idea what that even is.
Don't even. Gaslighting.
Huh?
I guess that's just stop showing up to work. Like I quiet quit. I didn't even tell anybody. I just stopped.
Gaslighting. I had somebody tell me this summer
There's a show called Gaslit.
I was gaslighting. Or maybe it was back in the spring. I was gaslighting someone. I was like, you're not explaining to me why you're even saying that. I don't really get that word. And then she explained it. I was like, oh, you're out of your mind.
You do it to me a lot.
What, I gaslight you?
Yes.
Hell, give me an example.
Just in meetings. Like you ignore me in meetings.
That's
like
not gaslighting. That's just ignoring.
Like I'll say something and you'll make me feel stupid publicly and then move on.
I thought you were on Instagram during our meetings.
Yes, but if I were...
that's another way he gaslights me.
Well, you are on Instagram in our meetings.
I am not.
You were until I called you out. Yes.
Yes, that's right. Because
Brown puts on skits.
You've made me a better person.
That's right.
By gaslighting me.
I've only ever had one person tell me I was gaslighting something, and I told them they were out of their mind.
What was
Moved
it?
on. You gaslight them. Huh? Was that actually gaslighting? Oh, wow. Well, they were stupid. Their opinion was dumb. I don't really want to get into it on the show.
That's fine.
Yeah, but it was a dumb opinion.
Here's another banished word, according to Lake Superior State University. Moving forward.
Yeah, I kind of got tired of. We got out of the corporate speak game, thankfully, by coming over here and doing this. But there is a lot of corporate speak that wears me out. Moving forward is very corporate speak.
What about amazing?
Well, I like amazing.
We use amazing a lot, though.
We do. I just go to it. It's a go-to.
The
default
question,
word.
Does that make sense? They say you need to ban that. Irregardless?
I don't even think that's an actual word, is it? Irregardless is not a word. That's why you ban that one.
So just regardless?
Yeah,
is?
regardless.
Absolutely?
Absolutely. I use that a lot. That's probably me.
And finally, I thought this was 10 years ago. It is what it is.
It keeps coming back, though.
No, that's a lot of corporate talk, too. It is what it is means I really don't want to explain to you what's going on, so I'm just going to say it is what it is.
And that is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, when you want to buy a home, don't wait on rates because they may not wait on you. Interest rates are higher, and if you wait to buy, you'll be left out. So let our friends at Mortgage Right help you with the lowest rate available and build a plan to take advantage of lower rates when they're back. With a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance programs, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can help you buy quickly, take advantage of the increased home inventory. They've got the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Don't stand on the sidelines. Buy your new home today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Kevin says, quiet quitting is when you finish your broadcast contract without doing a farewell show.
Boom.
Okay.
Roasted.
Well, the contract was, in fact, over.
Yeah, the contract was over.
Yeah. It was over. And were we going to get paid to come back? No.
I think we're going to pay us to do that one show.
Yeah. We're back in a moment, though. Stay with us right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round as we get ready for basketball tonight. Alabama, they've now been in the top 10 for 5 straight weeks. Quickly back to action after all this football over the weekend. The Tide plays at home tonight, number 7 in the country, 8 o'clock against Ole Miss. 12-point favorites in this game. Then they flip right around and play host to Kentucky on Saturday. And John Calipari's got a challenging game with LSU at home tonight. But right now, Big Blue fans not happy with Coach Cal and this Kentucky basketball program where they are right now.
Well, when was the last time they won a national championship? It's been a while, right?
It's been a little bit, yeah.
And, the expectation year in is year out is, not only to go to Final Fours, but to ultimately win championships. And now it looks like a good bit of the SEC is caught up with this Kentucky program. Back to Ole Miss, they've lost 5 of their last 7. This is a game Alabama's a pretty healthy favorite in. It's one of those games that Nate Oates and Alabama should be able to take care
of. In the Kentucky game tonight, they're 9-point favorites. That's at 7 o'clock on ESPN against LSU. Tennessee a 10-point favorite at home against Mississippi State. 2 good teams there. That's 6 o'clock on ESPN2. In the Bama game, it's another late weekday game, 8 o'clock for the Tide tonight as they go tonight at 8 o'clock as a 12-point favorite. Those lines brought to you by our friends at MyBookie.
And I'll give you why Kentucky fans are so upset after I tell you about one of the reasons, because they're Kentucky fans to begin with. MyBookie.ag. New year, new you. Give yourself a fresh start with MyBookie.ag. Whether you bet to earn or make the games more exciting, MyBookie.ag doesn't care. They give you the most for your money with their redesigned deposit bonus. Here's how it works with code NEXTROUND. On a deposit of $50 or more, you get a cash bonus instantly to your MyBookie account. Your deposit, you only have to bet it once, and then you're ready to cash out. That's all you have to do. No strings attached. MyBookie.ag. Get that deposit, bet it once, it's yours. Bet on the NFL, UFC, play for the share of the big cash prizes, and weekly online blackjack tournaments. So many brands to choose from. You need a platform that makes it simple to bet and win. MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND. Listen to Kentucky's wins. Here's why they're upset. Howard, Duquesne, South Carolina State, North Florida, Bellarmine, Michigan, Yale, FAMU, and Louisville.
Yeah, and the 4 losses
are the good teams they've played, Lance.
And 3 of 4 by double digits, and the one that wasn't was Michigan State by 9. So they haven't really even been close.
Michigan State, Gonzaga, UCLA, and Missouri, a conference loss. And Missouri's off to a good start in the conference, or on their season. But basically all the good teams they've played, they've lost to.
Hey, by the way, Purdue, number 1 in the country most recently, lost last night to Rutgers. So number 1 keeps getting beaten. Not a good place to be, I guess. But, those teams are usually pretty good. But Rutgers gets them last night. Kansas had a close win over the weekend to Oklahoma State, who bounced back and beat West Virginia last night. Texas with a close win over Oklahoma this weekend. Ton of good basketball tonight, including more in the Big 12. Kansas on the road at Texas Tech, where they're only a 2.5-point favorite. That tells you that Kansas could be in a fight tonight, right?
Well, and Texas Tech, I think it's 10-1 or 10-2. I mean, they're a pretty good team again this year.
Absolutely. So too is TCU. I mean, how many times have you picked against this team? I'll be honest.
Every week.
10 straight games for TCU I picked against them. I just don't believe in this team. Yet here they are playing for the national championship. Here is head coach Sonny Dykes on, let's be honest. They hear us talking, don't they? They know what we're saying.
They say they don't, Jim.
They know what we're saying about them.
Michigan seemed very confident coming into this game. Did you use it as a team, or did you even notice it?
You know what's funny is that kind of stuff hasn't really bothered us. Like we said it a million times, but look, we were picked 7th in the preseason poll in the Big 12. So it's at some point you just kind of quit listening to what everybody says, and it doesn't really affect you. And I think that's what's been so great about these guys is that they've kept a real steady mindset from the very beginning. Look, I mean, I heard it. It frustrated me. Again, I believe in our players. Look, I think we're a physical, tough-minded football team, and it bothered me that, we heard all week about how we were going to get lined up and run through and all that stuff, and I'm sure these guys were extra motivated. But at the same time, I mean, look, they do their jobs. They, they do it with great pride. They had a business mentality when we got here to Phoenix, and carried over to the game.
If I asked you guys, where do you think we had them in our wonderful preseason ranking, voted on by the viewers, the listeners, and all of us on the show, where do you think we had TCU?
Well, I know they weren't in the top 25 from the people that do the actual rankings. I would say our audience did not also have them in the top 25.
Yeah, I don't think I had them in the top 40.
Yeah.
You did not have them in the top 40. Do you think you had them in the top 40?
I would guess no.
You did not. I did not. Some of you did, because they did get a vote at least. We had them 57th in our preseason ranking. Now, we had 71 in our ranking. So
by the way, that's a swing and a miss.
71 teams were ranked. TCU was 57th.
Lance, we only missed about 56 spots right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know how this game's going to turn out.
We had Georgia number 3, so we got 3 playing 57 in our preseason rankings.
We were close on 3.
Yeah, number 1 won the Sugar Bowl. Number 2 lost the semifinal game.
I was trying to think of this after the game Saturday. Is this the least likely team ever to play for a national championship? Now, the reason it could be hard to answer that question is we had such a bad system for selecting national champions for decades in college football.
No, let's just start with the BCS in '98. I think that's fair.
Yeah, find me a less likely participant.
Then without a doubt.
Yeah, without a doubt.
I mean,
Without
it's the least likely national championship game participant we've ever had.
Yeah.
Like, I think you have to go back on paper to the 84 BYU
That's
team.
exactly who I thought of. It was 84 BYU, who was undefeated.
But they played in the Holiday Bowl.
They played in the Holiday Bowl, beat like a 6-6 Michigan team, if I remember right, or something like that.
I think it was 6-5.
6-5 Michigan. That's right. Only 11 games back then. And I don't even know who BYU beat in that season. I haven't really studied that 84 BYU season, so I don't know if they beat some ranked teams or not.
I don't think so.
But that was the one I came up with. It was 84 BYU.
Yeah, but that's on paper. I mean, this team's accomplished a lot more than that. But when as you sit there and you watch Alabama do what they did to Kansas State, the Big 12 champion, you probably thought to yourself, I feel really good about my Michigan pick, right? If Alabama is doing this to Kansas State, Michigan is about to annihilate TCU.
I had already, the night before, I had securely finalized my picks. I had Ohio State and I had Michigan, and I felt really good about Michigan. But then after watching what Alabama did to Kansas State, yeah, I felt really good about Michigan.
Those were my picks, too. I had Michigan giving the points and Ohio State plus the points. I thought Ohio State would keep it close. I didn't think they'd win it.
Well, I do remember Friday and Lance saying, I got a sneaking suspicion that one of these
and I thought it was going to be Ohio State.
I don't remember if he said it's going to win or play a tight game. Yeah,
I said, I think one of these underdogs wins. I thought we were going to have some good games.
God, it was so good. It was so good.
It really was.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll unfortunately ever get that again, but that was fantastic.
And then Tulane USC was a good game yesterday as well. National championship game is Monday night. Now, remember that. We're 6 days away. One more hour to go here on the show. Kick back and call us up, 205-734-0923. If you're watching us around the state of Alabama, into Tennessee, down in Mississippi, some severe weather in the area today. Be weather aware if you're watching us live right now, wherever you're watching us from. 205-734-0923. Always in our chat room and all of our video platforms. The show today being brought to you in part by our friends at Red Mott Vodka, Red Mott Distilling. Perfect in 2023 as Charles Barkley and his team continue to grow the brand.
Oh, they really do. Locally owned and operated. As you mentioned, Barkley, one of the great faces behind Red Mott Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Red Mott Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Red Mott Vodka.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Get some reaction to where we are with one more major college football game to play before we put it up for the year. We got, of course, the Senior Bowls, the All-Star games, the Under Armour game, the NFL playoffs and all that. But one more meaningful college football game on Monday night between Georgia and TCU. Some thoughts about what we've seen this weekend, the stamps that were put on some seasons, all coming up in just a second. This hour of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Wayne's.
866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call. That's 866-WAYNES-1. Listen, you want your yard to look the best it can in spring and summer, right? Well, don't neglect this time of year. Getting the proper pre-emergence and nutrients in the soil and the root system is critical to your yard looking the best it can when the time is right. Wayne's takes care of that with Envirolawn. It's a great time to get on board because starting the new year here, we're going to use code TNR again, and we're going to save you 1 month on Envirolawn. 866-WAYNES-1, code TNR. 866-WAYNES-1, and the code TNR will pay for the first month, so you get 12 months for the price of 11 when you call Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1 and the code TNR.
You know, I love the quarterback matchup for the national championship game. Let's hear from both quarterbacks. You got Stetson Bennett and Max Duggan going against each other. I guess if at the start of the year somebody would have said it would probably be Bryce Young versus C.J. Stroud, right?
Yeah.
And these are the two guys we end up getting. Stetson Bennett, who had to produce a drive at the end a couple of them in the fourth quarter to win the game. Here's Stetson Bennett on what he and his teammates saw in each other's eyes.
Just looking at everybody and saying, all right, hey, we hadn't played our best and we hadn't done our jobs to the best of our ability, but hey, we're here now and it's in our hand now. You know, defense stood up whenever we needed them to, and where else would you rather be? You know, having the ball with 2 minutes left, and if you score a touchdown, you win the game. And I looked around, and there was just a whole bunch of just determined, strong stares from all the dudes, and gave me confidence. Everybody else had confidence when we went down the field.
That is the guy who is heavy favorite now to go back-to-back national champion quarterback at Georgia.
And how many quarterbacks have won 2 national championships?
A.J. McCarron.
A.J. McCarron, the last one to do it.
I mean, it's
Matt Leinart. I mean, he won 2.
Yeah,
one of those was a split. It's hard to remember many more. Yeah. It doesn't happen very often.
I mean, it's going to be exclusive company that Stetson Bennett's going to be in.
And he did it. Ladd McConkey was far from 100% in that game.
Oh yeah,
limping around a lot. You lost Darnell Washington
early on
in that game. Now Mitchell did come back. That was his first catch since week 2. So you kind of trade Ladd McConkey for A.D. Mitchell.
But Brock Bowers seemed like he was just...
how many times did Herb Street say, where is Brock Bowers?
Yeah, just very little.
It doesn't make any sense. If you go back, I think he averaged 3 touches a game this year.
Yeah. I mean, he's easily the best tight end in America.
Could be the best player in college football. I mean, we don't know that because he wasn't given enough opportunities.
But you feel like he's got to be open almost every play is what it feels like. A guy with his size and speed, the mismatches they get on him, how he's not open 75% of the time.
Even if he's not, we've seen him out of the backfield on some carries and how devastating he could be on that.
But you flip it around, Georgia's offensive line, Georgia's defensive line, I thought that's where their big advantage was. And Ohio State was just as physical, just as, both offensive line and defensive line just as equal to Georgia. I was impressed with what Ohio State was able to do, been impressed as heck with TCU. TCU is the more physical team than Michigan was, and their quarterback, Max Duggan, played better than J.J. McCarthy did. Here's Max Duggan, TCU's quarterback, on his emotions now with one more game to play possibly for the biggest prize in college football.
Can you describe the emotions right now compared to after the Big 12 title game?
Yeah, this one's a little bit better. Feeling a little bit better after this one. I think, after that Big 12 championship game, I think that stung, for everybody. I think a lot of people were emotional because you get so close to a league championship. And then for us to battle back and kind of, avenge that loss and be able to win this one tonight against a great opponent and, have the opportunity to go play for a national championship, I think just means so much to, the guys up here, guys in the locker room, our coaching staff, our fans, our university. So I think that's kind of the, the biggest thing.
I mean, give me TCU versus Georgia. What's that like? I mean, I think Tennessee's better than TCU. So it's not Tennessee versus Georgia this year.
TCU, to me, this is so bad.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
It's like Mississippi State.
Oh, wow. They're better than State. Oh, come on. They're better than State now.
I mean, if you played a one-off, I'm not positive TCU wins. They probably do.
But you would take Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama.
Yeah, LSU
all over TCU?
I would, yeah.
You'd go 4 deep in the SEC?
Yeah.
No respect, man.
Yeah,
I mean you just compared them to State.
Again, this is a team that
9-win State
trailed
Alabama.
7 consecutive games in the Big 12. I give them a ton of credit, man. They're resilient. They find ways to win.
And I know we've been doubters all along, but when TCU couldn't get that last first down, and if they get the first down, the game's over, and they come back out and they try to draw them off sides, and then they take the delay and punt. What did you think at that moment?
They were going to lose.
I did too.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why Michigan.
I keep thinking they were going to lose every step of the way.
I know, but I mean, Michigan gets the ball back. I can't remember 47 seconds, something like that with the clock. Michigan gets the ball back on the 25, down 6. I'm thinking Michigan's about to drive for the win. I mean, that's how this is going to go. There's no way TCU can keep doing this.
Caleb in our chat room, Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, finished the statement. If TCU wins the national championship.
Well, I own both Lance's balls, for one thing.
Yep. You sure do.
So you put the right one on?
Yes, he did earlier in the show.
Okay, but I get mine back if they win.
Oh, let me think on that. I don't know.
Keep losing them and getting them back.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm ready to go double or nothing on your balls.
Put that on the T-shirt. I'll go double or nothing on your balls.
Not sure I'm ready to do that.
He says I'm not ready to do that.
Yeah, I'm not ready to go double or nothing on Lance's balls. I kind of like, I'm not ever going to do anything with Lance's left nut, but I like holding it over his head. That's what I like doing. It's like, well, Lance, I technically own one of your testicles. Yeah.
All out of context there. That sounded very interesting.
It is, yes.
Yeah. So TCU, if TCU wins the national championship, then what? Finish the sentence.
Well, something has gone terribly wrong for Georgia. I don't know what it is, but something went terribly, terribly wrong for Georgia.
Yeah, I think it would officially stamp. Everything is so different in college football now, with players being paid, with the NIL and with transfer portal. This would officially stamp it as a new era in college football.
I guess if you told me that one piece of information, TCU has won this game, honestly, I would say, how bad is the Stetson Bennett injury? Is he going to be able to participate in the combine?
It's a great point. So you think Stetson has to get hurt?
I mean, give me another path. I mean, now I guess Stetson could throw 4 interceptions,
Here's your path.
But when has he done that?
If for whatever reason, and they were physical on Saturday, if TCU's offensive line can hold up to Georgia, Max Duggan has one of his great performances. Quentin Johnson is a wide receiver that can give Georgia problems. We saw it with Jamison Williams last year.
Every good receiver gives Georgia problems.
Saw it with Marvin Harrison. Quentin Johnson is one of those guys. He will be a first-round guy.
Every good receiver gets hurt against Georgia, too.
It's weird, isn't it? I mean, Jamison Williams goes out in the Bama game, Marvin Harrison, and you can't deny
nobody was covering him.
They had no answer. Georgia tried everything and had no answer for Stroud to Harrison. And that was part Stroud, part Harrison. But obviously, Ryan, it's a quarterback-receiver combo. But it's weird, as good as Kirby is defensively, and you got Glenn Schumann, who is well-respected, and Will Muschamp, who's very well-respected, all coaching that defense. Year after year, their secondary has been a bit of a problem for them.
Yeah, but C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young throwing the ball to the two guys you mentioned.
Quarterbacks.
Max Duggan throwing the ball to this elite receiver is different.
But it is, but let's not forget Max Duggan was your runner-up for the Heisman this year. He's got those moments. He's a tough kid. Again, I don't think he played one of his worst games, I thought, against Michigan, throwing multiple picks. I think Duggan will play better. I still think Georgia wins this game going away, but again, if they've got a fighting shot up front is where it's got to get done.
On paper, TCU playing a lesser offensive line this time around. I mean, Michigan was whatever the big ugly trophy is.
Well, I'd like to revisit that award, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, did that look like the best offensive line in the country to you?
I mean, couldn't pick up a yard a couple of times.
I know.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. TCU's defensive line in their 3-3-5 was impressive to me. The old 3-3-5, which I just assume if you're in the 3-3-5, you're just not a good team. I honestly
because in Madden you never use it, or
no?
what?
I'm just saying 3-3-5 to me sounds like you're undersized and you're fast, right?
I mean,
your 3-3-5 is I'm throwing a bunch of smaller guys out there, a bunch of 2 and 3 stars, and we're going to play the 3-3-5, and we're going to try to yuck this up a little bit with some gimmick little defense. We're not going to line up in a 3-4, 4-3, or nickel. It's the old 3-3-5.
Yeah.
Dollar package.
Yeah, I've never really thought about that. But again, you just got to give Sonny Dykes. We've killed Jim Harbaugh this entire show. Sonny Dykes has to get some credit for this. How do you not give him credit?
You have to.
You have to.
When we look at Sonny Dykes and his career overall,
there's nothing that told you this was coming. I mean, the guy was, now in hindsight, he was probably better at Cal than Cal wants to admit, right?
Well, okay, so here he is at Louisiana Tech, 5-7, 8-5, 9-3. Everybody does that at La Tech.
Okay.
Cal 1-11, 5-7, 8-5, 5-7. He had one winning year.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Cal right now. I mean, it's not like he was terrible.
He was still 19-30.
Well, Cal's an awful job. Give me SMU.
SMU 5-7, 10-3, 7-3, 8-4. Everybody does that at SMU.
No, I mean, again, nothing on his resume told you this was coming.
Well,
say it. Finish it.
I felt like he took the TCU job from SMU, A, because it was a better job, and B, it was like resetting his clock, so he didn't get fired.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that I think it was exactly that. And what's weird is Gary Patterson, I think, is a really good coach, and he never was in this situation. In year one, TCU's in this situation under Sonny Dykes.
What you don't want to say is this will be the worst coach ever to win a national championship.
It won't be.
Who would that be?
I think Larry Coker or Gene Chizik.
I mean, it's difficult to argue.
Zach says 3-3-5 is basically the modern day nickel. Let's just call it a nickel then. He says Alabama runs it all the time.
Oh, that'll change it.
Love the 3-3-5. Love it.
I think when I see a team do that, I know they're a good defensive squad.
I'm getting my 3-3-5 tattoo right here, right now. Dr. B, before we give a little credit to another coach who overcame something this weekend, Dr. B will help you overcome that hair loss.
Yeah, unfortunately, as we get older, sometimes hair starts to fall out. When it started to happen to me, I asked around everyone and said, Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to go see. Went and saw him. I don't even know how long ago it was, 8, 9, 10 months ago. But when I went in for that second analysis, my hair was already 14% thicker. I've started the second treatment, already significant growth. Dr. B, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama. For more information, t3hair.net. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Again, for more information, t3hair.net or call 205-319-0316 for that consultation, and make sure you tell them the next round sent you.
All right. Tough situation for Mississippi State, to say the least. Playing the bowl game, tributes to Mike Leach all over college football. Every SEC team wore a sticker on the helmet. Then they come out with a specialty uniform. That's the helmet they wore in the ReliaQuest Bowl, the former Outback Bowl down in Tampa. They get the win 19-10. Zach Arnett, the coach that is now the permanent head coach, the interim tag pulled off even before the memorial service for Mike Leach. Zach Arnett's going to lead the Bulldogs into the future. They got the win, hard-fought game against Illinois. What did he think afterwards? Here's Zach.
Yeah, I'll probably enjoy a nice beverage. You know, one that me and Coach Leach have probably enjoyed together several times before, and I'll think back on this team, how proud I am of what they've accomplished this year. How proud they've made all of Starkville and the Mississippi State community across the country. And I know there's a cowbell ringing down from heaven for them.
That was a emotional win for the Mississippi State kids, especially Will Rogers.
Yeah, and I didn't think they played well at all. They were really flat. Now, the Illinois defense is really, really good.
They are, but, I mean, there was a lot of pressure on the Mississippi State kids to go win one,
no
for
doubt.
Mike Leach. They had to go win for Mike.
You guys know I'm against the grain. Everyone was on Mississippi State, but I felt Mississippi State was the right way, got lucky with that scoop and score there at the end.
Well, I'll tell you where, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'll tell you where you got really lucky was, this is a young coach, I think, that just made a coaching error there. They didn't let the clock run down far enough. I don't know why they left 7 seconds on the clock. Was it a case of a bad snap? Is that what they were thinking?
I see what you're saying.
I thought for sure they were going to kick it with a second left.
Yeah, you leave 3 seconds on the clock or whatever, just so you don't cut it close calling the timeout. Maybe, I don't know, but you want the kick to be the last play of the game. You're guaranteed overtime if he misses, has it blocked, whatever. But the fact that they called that early timeout left the door open for the bad beat or great win.
Yeah, I think it was fourth down, so you bad snap.
Okay,
you
so even if it's fourth down, I couldn't remember what down it was. I just remember them leaving 7 seconds on the clock.
Every time I see Zach Arnett, though, I think of an MMA fighter. If
He
he had
does look like that,
cauliflower
yep.
years,
Yep.
he would definitely, and he's got a little Tom Hardy to it.
Well, he's got now listen, immense amount of credit to a guy navigating an impossible situation.
Yep. With a coaching staff that wasn't his, he's instantly making moves as we speak to get people out and bring in his own guys to help him run his first program in Starkville.
But now it becomes that. It becomes his program. Now you got to put your stamp on it. Coach Leach's shadow is always going to be over this iteration of Mississippi State football. People are always going to remember that. But you got to put your stamp on it. You got to do what you're comfortable with and how you think you can win games. And I don't know what that is for him. I don't know if he tries to keep the air raid system and Steve Spurrier Jr. or another guy that has coached the air raid system. I don't know. I don't know what he does.
It is sort of ironic, I guess, that in the Egg Bowl and then in this game, it was, to me, their running game that won them the game.
That's right. Absolutely.
They had such big runs.
Yeah, the reason, and it was almost a touchdown, the kid that ran it down there to set up the game-winning field goal. was almost a touchdown, but they did a lot of running on that final possession.
Is it official? Has he gotten rid of Steve Spurrier Jr.?
That is the reports that
okay, I apologize for that then.
Okay, well, then that is really surprising because you have recruited, and we had Matt White on a couple of weeks ago talking about this. You have recruited to a certain personnel for a certain system.
But this day and age, you can flip that easier than you've ever been able to with the transfer portal. And,
that's true.
To your point, like if I need some tight ends, because I don't have tight ends in the air raid, I can go to the transfer portal and maybe get some passable tight ends, right?
Yes.
I mean, if that's what's stopping me from flipping the system.
Yeah, but, apparently everybody runs some version, has some part of the air raid in their offense.
Yeah.
So,
but I've also got Will Rogers back, who has done nothing but have 4,000-yard passing seasons for me. So part of me says, why do I change anything with him coming back?
That's right. Just work on getting some more Jimmies and Joes in there. That's the new head coach, permanent guy there, Zach Arnett. Big emotional win for the Mississippi State family. And hats off to Brian Kelly, too. I mean, that LSU team in the first year, I know that Texas A&M loss kept it from being a really, different level of special. But to go and win that bowl game 63-7.
And play three quarterbacks.
In that one. Pretty easy win. We'll see how he manages his staff. Some rumors floating around about some of his coaches down there. He says everybody is 100% in good standing with him. We'll see if things change amid some rumors down there in Baton Rouge. All right, we roll on here on the next round. When we come back, we've got 4 downs for you today and a lot more to get to, including our year-end video that Taylor has put together for us. All that still to come. Stay with us.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey guys, tackling that WD has never been easier, and you can handle it discreetly in the Next Round store. I'm Jim Dunaway here to help you with wardrobe dysfunction.
Ooh, I like that hat.
We have new items to excite you daily. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Hats, long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and so much more. Get the gear that we wear and say goodbye to WD forever. Wardrobe dysfunction can be a bad memory. Nextround.store. Nextround.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel @NextRoundLive and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's @NextRoundLive on YouTube.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
By the way, I don't know if any of you are out on College Game Day or if you still watch it. I'm a first 30 minutes, last 30 minutes kind of guy on game day.
Depends, yeah.
In fact, we did our own 1-hour show in the middle of game day this past year. But they had their most watched year ever this year during the regular season. They averaged 2.1 million a weekend, Saturday, which is a huge number for a show like that.
Well, a lot of people will tell you they don't like Pat McAfee and he has ruined the show. I think
numbers would tell you different.
Well, that's what I was going to say. And I think if you're probably older than 45 or 50, Pat McAfee's not directed at you. They're trying to go a little bit younger. I like McAfee. He's big in the younger crowds. And, I think it's obvious they're replacing Lee Corso with Pat McAfee at some point. But to Dunaway's point, that number tells you people aren't upset with McAfee and turning away from the show. I don't think you like him very much, LT.
I'm indifferent. I think he's okay. I think he tries a little hard, but it's okay. It works for him.
Yeah,
our friends at Odie's bringing you part of the show today. We'll get to 4 downs in a second and still our year-end video that Taylor has put together. We'll do that in the next segment.
Birmingham Institution is Odie's Tavern tomorrow night. Hard to believe we'll be back out there for Odie's Team Trivia. Come join us. We'll get started a little after 8 o'clock. Enjoy some of the great food from Rodney Davis. He's been doing it for over 30 years. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches. Go see Will Haver and that great staff today. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village, and write it down tomorrow, Odie's Team Trivia.
Before 4 downs, Coastal Carolina quarterback Grayson McCall pulled himself out of the portal. He is back at Coastal Carolina.
Yeah, he's staying.
Surprising?
I am surprised, especially with the coach leaving. That was the thing. Jamie Chadwell.
Part of 4 downs.
Okay. But with Jamie Chadwell leaving, I am surprised. I don't want to ruin my 4 downs answer, though.
Is Spencer Sanders part of 4 downs?
He is not. Spencer Sanders is not.
I don't know about you. I never anticipated Grayson McCall being at a 4 downs again.
Spencer Sanders, Grayson, longer at his current job, Grayson McCall or Gus Malzahn. No, Spencer Sanders. Still out there. Pete Thamel says Auburn and Ole Miss interested in Spencer Sanders. I asked you briefly before the show, why would Ole Miss be interested in Spencer Sanders?
I think there's so much potential for Jackson Dart, and maybe he didn't live up to the hype this year, but let's not forget, he's still a kid that doesn't have a ton of experience. I still think there's a lot of upside. Spencer Sanders to Auburn makes more sense to me.
Yeah, that was the one Luganville. Wasn't it Luganville that said the minute I saw Spencer Sanders' name, I thought Auburn. He and Hugh Freeze would be a really good match. I don't know. You think he's not an upgrade for Jackson Dart, right?
Spencer Sanders?
Yeah.
Not necessarily, no.
Yeah. I don't know that it's an obvious upgrade. Yeah. So why do it if it's not an obvious upgrade?
I like Jackson Dart better than I do Spencer Sanders. Now, losing Jonathan Mingo to the NFL, I don't know if they were expecting that or not, but that does take away a pretty good weapon downfield for them. 2 quarterbacks that are still out there. If you think Auburn is still looking for one, Spencer Sanders could be in the mix there, according to Pete Thamel. All right, time for 4 downs. LT has those, including a Grayson McCall question, all coming up. Brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, how excited are you guys about Grayson McCall?
Which down is it? Just so I don't kill myself with anticipation.
I'm going to go on and knock it out first.
It's going to be first down. Oh, it's first down.
Hey, 5 great locations, including the newest in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can handle, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More surprising mid-major result this past week. Tulane over USC, or Grayson McCall back out of the portal?
Oh, look at
that. It's Tulane over USC. Come on now. USC.
They were a 1.5 point favorite.
Yeah, no. It's Grayson McCall for me.
No, it's USC for me. Grayson McCall gets out there and not the market for him that he thought there was going to be.
I think there was the market.
I don't know what the market was like, but you would have to think bare minimum you go to Liberty with your coach, right?
I'd rather be at Coastal Carolina than Liberty.
Not if you don't know who the coach is, or if the coach isn't a guy that's going to fit you fit in Jamie Chadwell's system is my point. And Liberty, by the way, had a guy that recently was starting as an NFL quarterback.
Yeah, that
coach lost his job to Josh Dobbs.
That coach isn't there anymore, and a much better league Coastal Carolina's in, better quality of football. I'm more surprised that USC lost to Tulane.
Yeah, I thought Tulane was going to beat SC. So
did you really?
Yeah. Had them yesterday plus 1.5.
Second down.
More wins year one, Zach Arnett or Hugh Freeze?
I'm going to say Hugh Freeze. I haven't compared schedules. I know Auburn's out of conference is Cal.
Only schedule I looked ahead to is Georgia. I don't know when they lose again. I don't know when they
got
lose
that
again.
bad out of conference because they had to drop the Oklahoma game, right?
Yeah.
They were supposed to play Oklahoma in the out of conference, and the SEC told them to drop that.
Their next chance of losing a game is the SEC championship game in Atlanta.
All right, Dunaway. Wow. Dunaway.
I mean, that is the truth.
I'll
look at
pull
their
it up in one
schedule.
second. All right, State's
they're
out
not
of-
going to lose to TCU, and then boom, boom, boom. 12 more games unbeaten, and then they're back at the SEC championship game against somebody.
I'm willing to go regular season loss again.
Yeah.
This stretch.
I got a stake bet update coming up for you.
This stretch for State early on, though. LSU at South Carolina, Alabama. I'll say Zach Arnett has more losses.
Hugh Freeze more wins. I think we're going more wins or more losses.
More wins.
More wins. Hugh Freeze. Then.
I'm going to go Hugh Freeze more wins. You know, it just feels like the Zach Arnett thing is going to be an uphill battle. It really does. I mean, coach passes away. You're the defensive coordinator who then briefly in interim they name you the head coach. Traditionally, I don't know if that always works out. That's a tough situation to be put in, Zach Arnett.
Yeah, look, and I think Zach Arnett's got a bright future, but I think Hugh Freeze is more established right now, and I think I would go Hugh Freeze.
So you're just giving them at Tennessee next year. You're just giving them that game.
Who?
Georgia.
Georgia at Tennessee? Yes. There's no Hendon Hooker. He's going to the pros. Those other receivers going to the pros.
So it's a rebuild for Tennessee is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Third down.
Probably be Nico's first game to start.
Who gets back to a college football playoff first, Sonny Dykes or Jim Harbaugh?
I mean, Harbaugh's probably going to be in the NFL.
I'll take neither for 500.
Yeah. I mean,
12-team playoff.
No, I guess I would go Sonny Dykes because at least I know he's going to be in the college game.
That's a good point. It's a 12-team playoff, yeah. I'll take TCU then. I'll take Sonny Dykes.
I think I would take TCU.
Fourth down.
I mean, it feels like Harbaugh's off to the NFL.
I can't believe he's going to take one of those jobs, though. Mel Gibson, 67 today. Better career, Mel Gibson or Peyton Manning? The reason I throw Peyton Manning is because Eli Manning, 42. Peyton Manning.
We can't go with Eli, so we use his brother.
That was going to be
I mean, this is a blowout. It's Peyton Manning.
Oh, I don't know. Mel Gibson
had a little bit of a meltdown in 2009.
Yeah, but we're just talking career.
Mel Gibson's won an Academy Award for Best Director, Best Film with Braveheart.
Okay.
Passion of the Christ is maybe still one of the highest
grossing movies.
Yeah, I'd go Mel Gibson, and not to mention the roles he's played.
Well, Ashley Cook right now has the most streamed song all genres this week. It's because she wrote a song called "It's Been a Year," which works out perfectly at the end of a year on social media, so everybody downloaded that song.
Okay.
Passion of the Christ, I mean, all due respect, you do something religious that's quality, you're going to get a lot of views and stuff, right?
But I think a lot of people watch Braveheart and Mad Max and
Peyton Manning, considerably
Lethal Weapon.
One of the best quarterbacks ever to play the game. Very entertaining guy. Wonderful businessman. Peyton Manning slam dunk.
Oh, it's not a slam dunk. I would go Mel Gibson.
Dunaway just made Passion of the Christ.
Anybody could have made that movie.
If you just do something religious.
Yeah. I mean,
it's the, in my opinion, the most important story of mankind.
Oh, it is.
Okay.
It is told many, many times. Sundays around churches around the world. It is. I mean,
seen it.
It's easy money. It's easy money.
All right.
Oh, I knew that was going to happen. I knew that was going to happen.
Oh, let me guess. He's raising again from the dead.
I got to say this. I didn't see it, but
Jim Caviezel?
No, the Noah's Ark with Cameron.
Oh, yeah, but that got way out there. I mean, they didn't
Russell Crowe?
Russell Crowe, yeah.
Yeah, that one was kind of that was a weird
He
movie.
had a hot wife in Jennifer Connelly.
Yeah, but it still was a religious movie, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't, to Dunaway's point, wasn't done well. I mean, Passion of the Christ, they
stuck to the story.
They at least made an effort to follow the biblical account of it. I don't think they did that with Noah there.
I mean, that could be
So you're saying easy money grab.
If you're, I mean, you.
Well, I will
you
say
basically,
somebody wrote the screenplay for him.
That's right.
To Dunaway's point,
he directed
You're right. Somebody was called into place for Peyton Manning.
That was a tough picture for him to direct, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, it could have been easy.
But anyway, Mel Gibson, the 5 decades now.
Yeah, he's good.
He's tremendous. I mean, this isn't to trash Mel Gibson, just Peyton Manning is that good. I mean, you throw two out there. It's not one. They're usually pretty like parts.
Yeah, but
both of them are great. When you pick one, you always. If I pick somebody who's opposite of you,
that's not it. You said slam dunk.
It's slam dunk for me, Peyton Manning, not a Mel Gibson
Dude
guy.
hangs out with David Beckham.
Yeah. Peyton Manning for me. That's 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
5 great locations for you. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, these guys can handle. Locally owned and operated. Fantastic guys. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Let's get an update on the sports side of the injury last night with Damar Hamlin.
This is, I guess, unprecedented, really. Roger Goodell and the NFL have announced that after speaking with both teams and the NFLPA leadership, Roger Goodell informed both Buffalo and Cincinnati that their game will not be resumed this week. The NFL has made no decision regarding the possible resumption of the game at a later date, and they also have not made any changes to the Week 18 regular season schedule. So you've pretty much, and Scott's shown you the release there from the NFL, I mean, at that point, you've pretty much painted yourself in the corner. If you're not going to change next week's schedule, how are you going to play that game between the end of this coming week and the start of the playoffs?
No, you're not.
Can't.
You're not. So
that game is never going to happen.
Yeah, so, I mean, Cincinnati had an opportunity with a win there. They're tied with Buffalo for the 2 seed. There's still a chance Kansas City loses next week.
So it's like a tie.
Essentially, though a tie, at least you've got the same amount of games.
No, I mean, Cincinnati's a game back.
I don't know how they're going to figure this out. Do you go, and there are a lot of questions here, but for 1 seed, do you go win percentage because they're going to have a different record and potentially fewer losses because of fewer games than Kansas City? How do you determine the 1 seed there? I mean, I don't know.
No, they played in the regular season.
They did, but they're not going to have the same record, Lance. That's my point, because you're going to have one fewer game.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know how you figure this out.
Nope.
I mean, it's the right call, by the way. It is the right call. You can't resume that game.
I mean, you can't play it this week until something is stabilized, and it doesn't seem like something's going to be stabilized.
Damar Hamilton
soon.
is still in ICU. They've announced now.
But if he's still in ICU on Saturday and Sunday, we're still going to play the game, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, you've had a little more grieving and processing time at that point.
Here's an update as well from the Buffalo Bills on Damar Hamlin's situation through the family. He spent last night in the intensive care unit and remains there today in critical condition. We are grateful and thankful for the outpouring of support we have received thus far, that from the Buffalo Bills today as well on that situation. No decision on potentially resuming it at a later date. So there is a chance that we'll have some teams who played 17 and 2 teams that played 16 when the playoffs begin this year. Again, thoughts and prayers with Damar and his family, but that's the sports side of the business, the billion-dollar business that has to be taken into consideration. But if he's still in ICU this weekend, they're still going to go play the games. Buffalo and Cincinnati are going to play separate games.
You've had time to get some counseling, talk to some people, process it. I mean, to ask them to do it today on the heels of that. And if you don't do it today, you can't do it. I mean, now you're getting too close to the next weekend, which is determining everything. So there was no way you could resume this game once it got postponed last night, which also was the right call.
But we did play some Wednesday games during the pandemic and then turn right back around and play again on Sunday, right?
We did, yes. But I don't think with as critical a weekend as you have coming up that you jeopardize that weekend by forcing a game in on Wednesday of this week. Does that make sense?
No, I do. But during the regular season, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thanksgiving, Thursday, everybody does that. There's 6 teams that do that.
Oh, you play a Thursday game. Everybody plays a Thursday game on a short week.
Yeah, I mean, technically you could move their games on Sunday to Monday, but then you've got a short week with teams playing on Saturday for the postseason.
That's right. Yeah.
But if you played Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, it's a tough situation.
It is a tough situation.
Yeah. All right. When we come back, we will take a look down memory lane 2022 review video that Taylor put together. I have not seen this yet, so I look forward to this. Our friends at Precision Sports bringing you part of the show today. Precision Sports getting you back in the game.
Hey, 2023, a new year, and there are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. 2023. Maybe you tweaked your shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations, you injured your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard, or finding pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Brown's going to set up our year-end year review video of 2022 in just a second that Taylor's put together. But our New York Butcher Shop steak bet update, we're down to, it was 6 I was up, but it's down to 5. We exchanged a couple, but I went on, missed on a playoff, at least one team with the Rams. So I went on and threw that out, LT.
You throw the Justin Herbert out, or I guess not yet, because he could still get hurt next week.
I have not done that one yet. That's a good point. Justin Herbert taking a snap, he could get hurt.
Snap in the playoffs?
Yeah, playoff snap. I'm trying to find the ones that went to. Tell us about New York Butcher. I'll find it right here.
Yeah, stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. The chef-prepared entrees, side dishes, perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family, ready to heat at home with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
I got up to 7 up with Ohio State not winning the national championship. Remember, you had Ohio State, I had the field. But then the playoffs, the NFL playoffs, and Jeff Saturday, even though he didn't win, Lane Kiffin didn't win his game, so there's no way Lane Kiffin could match the one that Jeff Saturday has. So another stake for him. So 5 stakes right now, with some more coming LT's way in just a second. Brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. All right, let's do this video. Taylor put a lot of work into this, man.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I used to love these, like the year in review videos of a show you liked or whatever. And this is a seminal moment for my career that we finally have one of these for us. So this is our social media director, Taylor Korn, reliving what she thinks are some of the best, funniest moments of our past year.
You've always wondered which is my least favorite brown. It's this one.
Fired up
This is
brown?
my least favorite
110.
brown. Just for context, it's usually an 8 to 10 minute drive for LT. How long have you been in the car?
I have been in the car for an hour and 7 minutes. Is there any way
no.
I need to go to the Blue Lake building?
It hurts so bad. Oh, my lips. My lips are on fire.
I feel like I'm interviewing a fighter afterwards. What happened in the ring there, Lance?
Yeah.
Oh. Homeboy's got a head back. Look at his hair, it's soaked.
The first boy ever to kiss you.
Oh my God.
On the mouth. Give us a tour. Let's see those. Give us a.
Got away.
He simply said, "Could I see your back seat?" Without context, that's what I asked. You don't like it?
No, I like it a
Are
lot.
you? I mean,
no, I didn't realize that we were going to have a Stallions print.
No, Scooby Wright was Rockstar. Did they say he was autographing a certain number of them?
Well, I think so. I don't know the amount. It's a limited amount.
Scooby Dooby Done. Now that's not the actual. They're going to do the play, but that's just kind of a
mock-up.
just a mock-up to promote it.
Looks good.
Who's going to win the U.S. Open?
I don't even know what that is. I don't watch sports. I actually don't have a TV.
You don't have a TV.
I don't like TV. I like books.
We've had conversations that there are a lot of witches out there. Do you believe in that?
Oh my God, yeah.
Wow.
I did that myself.
Okay, I'll take 8 right now, mofo. Guarantee!
LT says I said bad things about him as this show was starting 13 years later.
He called me about you.
He's like my fault.
I probably did. Hey, your old man passed away, right? Oh, wow.
I get requests for pictures of my feet. It's weird.
Jim Dunaway.
Well, you know, we saw Wake Forest last year. I don't think the audio is working as it.
Yeah. Every time I look into Dunaway's eyes, he's rubbing his temples like no one can deny.
Yeah, oh my God.
Like swing and a miss for me. She's a pastor's wife now.
She is a pastor's wife.
Of course, so's Dunaway.
Ladies out there, Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. No one out there baits Dice Clay Travis on politics.
You don't need them!
I get laid a lot. Save my chest again.
Didn't you get an ingrown hair? Like
I did.
Yeah, but I think the problem was he shaved it and then poured chocolate on it.
Yeah, it was. It was the chocolate that infected it.
It's like, what are you doing? And I said, I'm helping out. I'm with the team. I mean, people are coming. People are coming. They're now on the goalpost.
You want a Purple Heart?
No.
You deserve it, man.
Get out your mask. Get out your hood. Get out your guns. We're robbing Vegas again this week, boys.
No, wait, Tom Brady thought he was going to be selling insurance.
Yeah, he thought he was going, no offense.
Evil Knievel.
It's like an aviator day.
We're not going to believe this.
All right, it's Will Levis's banana.
We
should have known this.
I know what he is.
Good Lady Bird. Good Lady Bird. Good.
Heard this is a good one.
Oh my God.
She's the Heisman
Trophy. So Brian Hartson officially letting go. We're about to get the release up.
And
Is he good looking?
because my wife used to love it, and I think she thought he was pretty hot.
I hate to tell you this. Your wife told me I look like him one time.
Oh God.
The Brown Bandit. I'm right here.
Dunn's hat?
This is awful.
Can I say something before we go forward? I just want Alabama fans to know how much I hate them.
Look at this. So typical, right?
What?
A helicopter pilot gets a beautiful woman to walk in to sit next. I mean, this is.
You want me to make that super awkward for you?
What?
That's his mom.
So far, so good, but I'm a little high.
A Jacksonville man just won $1 million jackpot from a scratch-off.
I'd be a billionaire right now, let me tell you.
Unbelievable.
Thank you guys so much for 2022 and what you guys have done for all of us up here, from all 10 of the employees at Double Down Media. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless America, and we'll see you in 2023.
Wow. Taylor killed it, man.
Yeah, very well done. I forgot about a lot of that.
I had too. Jim? What?
Oh, I thought.
He's the butt of too many jokes in there. Did you see that reaction?
No, I'm just emotional.
Nope. Oh, that's it.
Or obviously we left something out.
Yeah, what did we leave out?
No, it was fantastic.
What did Taylor do wrong?
No, it was really good. It was really good. I don't know how you remember all that stuff. I forget half of it happened in a year. It was a fun year. It
was, yep.
LT and I were texting, though, how much more fun we can have in 2023.
Y'all left me out of them.
Yeah, we were talking to
There's
the fun.
a purpose, it seems like. Seems like there's a plan going on.
Yeah, without Brown, it'll be a lot of fun.
The fun police. We were talking about how many more places we can go in 2023. Like back to the Floribama.
Oh, yeah. That's happening every
that's a given. That's Rockstar. Would you bet on that one?
Got to do that.
Maybe Las Vegas.
You got to do March Madness. Like that's,
Maybe.
You have to.
Yeah. Some plans for 2023. Looking forward to that. Maybe some fun on a football Saturday, Brown. Maybe finally that Thursday night game at Georgia Tech.
That's right, the Ramblin' Wreck. We know Brent Key.
All right, so that's the year in review. Thank you to Taylor and Scott Forrester and everybody who put together all those clips. Not easy to do there. Our friends at Michelson Laser Vision looking forward to 2023 as well to get your vision as good as LT's.
Yeah, 969-8100. That is the number you need to write down. Make the call today. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with an absolutely hassle-free consultation. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts, the eyeglasses, you're wasting money each and every year. Trust me, speaking from experience, finally went in, got the procedure done a couple of decades ago. I've still got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the call today, 969-8100, or for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street. because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with your final segment today of the Next Round, being brought to you in part by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. A couple of locations just up I-65.
Yeah, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 Indicator. That's where you find Johnston RV Center. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Don't forget RV Warranty Forever. They stand behind their product. Any new RV or used under 2 years covered by warranties with RV Warranty Forever. Go see America in 2023 with Johnston RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 Indicator, JohnstonRVCenter.com. On3 Sports is reporting Jim Harbaugh has talked to the Carolina Panthers.
Wow.
That would be...
So if they're, I mean, he's out talking to him again.
Well, that's according to that report that he's had a conversation with David Tepper. Again, this is on the heels of Bruce Feldman of The Athletic and Fox Sports reporting that if he gets the offer, it is 100% this time. Done deal, he's gone.
Well, you know, I look, Carolina's one of these teams that's going to get a quarterback in the first round.
They are. I mean, if you just go quarterback situations, Denver is the worst because they're married to a guy that looks like he has lost his game.
Right.
Indianapolis is going to draft one, and Carolina is going to draft the one. Who would get the earlier pick, though? Would it be Indianapolis, Lance? They got the worst record, don't they?
Don't they have a system now, LT, where have they started that yet, where they keep you from tanking to where if you just because you have the worst record doesn't mean you get the first pick, and there's some kind of a lottery?
Not yet. No.
Not yet. Okay.
Yeah, and Carolina is at 6-10. So even if they wanted to tank it, they can't get behind Indianapolis, who's at 4-11-1. So Indianapolis is going to have the earlier pick if they choose to go quarterback. Which
hey, maybe Harbaugh will get Will Levis.
Maybe so.
Good.
Indianapolis will pick of the ones you were mentioning, right?
Yeah. They'll draft first. So Houston is going to have the first pick. They're definitely going quarterback. Denver can't go quarterback. They'll draft potentially before. Arizona can't go quarterback. They'll draft potentially before. Chicago won't go. So Indianapolis should get the second quarterback, which would be either C.J. Stroud or Bryce Young, you would have to assume.
That's a pretty good situation.
No, I mean, I think I'd rather be Indianapolis, honestly.
I would rather be the quarterback that gets picked by Indianapolis, too, by the way.
I had to. I'd rather play for the Colts organization than the Texans organization.
Like if I'm Bryce Young, I'm cheering for C.J. Stroud to be picked first overall.
To go to Houston, so I don't have to.
I would not want to go to Houston.
So I can go to Indianapolis with Michael Pittman Jr. and Jonathan Taylor and everyone else they have in Indianapolis. I would not want to go to Houston.
Yeah, unless I'm missing, and I could be missing a trade that has jumbled up that draft order. I think that's going to be. Your draft order there, and Indianapolis would be in really, really good shape.
But listen, you don't interview on National Signing Day like Jim Harbaugh did last year, then come back, lead them back to the playoffs, make a big deal about it's going to be good news or bad news for Michigan fans, whether they want me gone or not. I'm going to be back coaching them next year, and then start taking calls again. You can't do that. He's done. He's got to take one of these jobs.
I'm just really surprised because, what we heard on the back end, although he had a lot of success at San Francisco, was, his way didn't really mesh with professional players.
Now, give me realistic candidates who you think will be on Michigan's short list. Now, you guys will say Les Miles. I saw that in the chat room earlier.
No.
Way too old.
I do think P.J. Fleck is going to be in the mix.
P.J. Fleck, put that there. Matt Campbell, Iowa State, I think you put that there as well.
Maybe.
He's a culture guy. Even though his dirty hat reminds me of Rich Rod leaving West Virginia,
it looks like
it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit.
Like
I'll tell you who I would give the offer to. He won't take it, but Jonathan Smith at Oregon State.
Jonathan Smith at Oregon State.
I mean, he can build a program.
Is there
speaking of him, do you go the Chris Peterson? Hey, do you like TV? Would you like to come coach again at a name
Chris
program?
Peterson? He's still young, right? He's like 53.
I don't know how old Peterson is.
Yeah, young enough.
I mean, would you do that? Just say, hey, are you happy in TV? I mean, this is a name program.
Chris Peterson's a good one, man.
Yeah.
Because I think I've seen somewhere along the way, I think he's 53, somewhere there. I've seen along the way that he wants to get out.
Out of TV?
That he wants to get back into coaching.
I think he's like 58.
For the right job.
Chris Peterson is aged 58. I'd take him at 58 though if I'm Michigan. I feel like I can get a good.
That's 15 years of coaching, maybe.
Maybe a touch much, but.
Well, I'm watching one guy coach at 71 right now.
I know he's a little bit of the exception. I mean, I think if you're Michigan, you would feel good about where you're hiring. Not necessarily time frame, because like you said, you missed a really good cycle last year where a bunch of coaches took jobs. You've already missed this year's cycle, so you're a little bit behind the 8 ball if Harbaugh chooses to do this. But I'd like where my program is.
If you're James Franklin and Michigan came to you, would you leave? Would you trade Penn State for Michigan?
I don't think they would do it because it's Penn State coach, but yeah, I think I would.
I think I would too.
Yeah, I don't think Michigan would ask. I'm not sure. I think Penn State's in a better situation for next year than Michigan is.
If I'm Michigan, do you ask Urban Meyer?
You can't do it.
You can't do it, or Urban Meyer can't do it?
You can't do it, and I don't think Urban can do it either,
You
right?
can't do it because if he says no, it's such an embarrassment to you?
Yeah, you can't. I'm never buying gas in that state. You can't do it in that rivalry.
Yeah.
I just don't think you can do it.
I wish he would.
Oh, it'd be so phenomenal, wouldn't it? Urban
Really
Meyer
would
versus
be.
Ryan Day.
I mean, Luke Fickell jumped to that Wisconsin job a tad too early, right?
Oh, yeah, I'd hire Luke Fickell in a heartbeat if I were Michigan. If he were still the Cincinnati coach.
Matt Rule.
Yep. Yeah, but all those guys, I mean, it's hard.
Mark Stoops, Kentucky. What about Mark Stoops,
Boy, that
Kentucky?
does not feel like a good fit to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think you could hire worse.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you've got the – boy, that was – did you watch one play of that game, by the way?
Oh.
Kentucky, I did not have it on.
I had the under, and they kept having pick sixes, and I'm like, hell, this thing's going to go over now.
Only on pick sixes.
But then, hey, Kentucky, that quarterback play was some of the worst I've ever seen.
It was.
I mean, Levis may play in the NFL, but he was not in danger of losing his starting job, was he?
I can't wait to see a real list if this Michigan thing opens up.
No, I'd like to see that. I think it's obviously a good program that's in a weird hiring cycle, but it's obviously set up to be very successful. You've been to the playoffs back-to-back years. And you've got, I think a lot of that team is coming back. McCarthy's coming back, right? I mean, I guess that's good.
Yeah, J.J. McCarthy's coming back.
I think he's going to be good.
Yeah. I mean, other than the quarterback, a lot of those Penn State players are coming back that won the Rose Bowl yesterday, too. All right, that's our show today. We are back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Don't forget, if you're watching this live, Bama basketball tonight. Auburn gets Georgia tomorrow. UAB later this week, Thursday, down at Florida Atlantic. Two best teams in Conference USA playing each other Thursday down in South Florida. So a big week in basketball as we turn the calendar with one more college football game to go. NFL playoff spots all on the line as we continue to monitor the situation as well of Damar Hamlin. Our thoughts and prayers with him and the family and the Bills folks. Again, the announcement coming that there will be no rescheduling of that game that was suspended yesterday in the National Football League. All right, until next time, God bless you and God bless America.